37. Okay. All right, Ms. Lemus, could you please take roll?
Yes. Student Board Member Lee.
Here.
Member Hill.
Here.
Member Aguiano.
Here.
Member Block.
Here.
Member Thomas.
Here.
President Jones.
Here.
All present.
Thank you very much. Inward meeting practices. Please see the attached meeting information provided in both English and Spanish, which covers protocols for meeting practices and public comment guidelines and norms. Members of the public may observe the meeting via NUSD YouTube channel or in person at the NUSD boardroom. Spanish translation is available in person. As of January 2025, public comment will only be conducted in person. The public will have the opportunity to address the Board of Education by submitting a written comment card with the executive assistant prior to the beginning of open session. Please make sure your cards are turned in at this time. Thank you. Before we go into the study session, I have some public comment. Let's see, this is Brian Foster.
Hello, and thank you very much, members of the board and executive staff. It feels like a reunion here. It's like 6 years ago was the first time that I talked to administration about the problems that I saw with Apex. About 5 years ago was when the principal at the time said that she was going to fix the problem. About 4 years ago was the first time I came before this body, although there are different members, of course, on the body now, trying to inform you all about the problems that exist within Apex, both the structure, the design, and the implementation, well, not both, all of the above, the structure, design, and implementation of Apex, how it's essentially a system of cheating to quote unquote earn credits in order to graduate. And the way I see it overall, and by the way, I've emailed to you all today a report that was authored by a number of people, including one of you sitting behind the dais at this particular point in time. Especially for the 3 new of you, I encourage you to read that email before you make any decision on Apex. But the most important thing that you should know is that this really puts holes into a lifeboat, if you will. It enables anyone who is not doing well to earn credits and to graduate. The effect of that is that students do not have to do much, if anything at all, in order to graduate Newark Memorial. All they have to do is take Apex courses to graduate. I experienced this firsthand, and I assume it's still going on. In fact, we're now at the season where typically, I hope that they've stopped this practice, but typically what happens is administration asks all teachers to identify those students in danger of failing, senior students in danger of failing classes, so that they can take remedial action. And that's good. And the remedial action is really good. Working with students after school during PAWS, that's good. The problem is that at the same time, what typically happens is that the students are talking to the counselors and the counselors assign them to Apex. And I've had multiple cases where students have within a couple of days or a week completed an entire semester's worth of work in April. And then they say, I don't have to do anything else for the rest of the year, the rest of your class, essentially goodbye. That happens not just with me, but with other teachers. So in response to this, about 4 years ago, I made a simple request to your predecessor board, simply defund Apex, go back to the way that things were. If students are failing, have them take the course next semester. Make it up in a regular class. What's so magical about Apex? And then your predecessors, well, they shaded the truth and blatantly lied about a number of the components of Apex. And but among the things that they said was, for example, the average, this is at the time, probably 3 or 4 years ago. At the time, on average, a student spent 19 hours earning a semester's credit. 19, on average. Not the long ones, not the ones involved, not the ones enrolled for a semester, but on average, 19 hours. And my point then, which I said somewhat sarcastically, because that's who I am, was, well, then why not just enroll everybody in Apex for all classes and then leave in November? If Apex is so special. What is magical about Apex? It enables you to boost your graduation rates. What are the problems with that? It undermines teacher authority, and it lowers the actual level of performance at the high school. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Fong Nguyen.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Fakar, and executive staff. My name is Fong Nguyen, a parent and advocate for underserved students in Newark schools. Almost 1 year ago to date, Principal Murphy presented to the board on Project Connect during School Spotlight. I highly recommend board members, especially our new ones, to watch the March 19th, 2024 board meeting at 1 hour, 40 minutes, and 25 seconds on YouTube. That presentation had the project description, objective, and data related to the caseload being presented. Program administrators identified 151 students, 8th graders at the time, who were academically at risk from the middle school, and 76 of them had more than one failing grade. By the end of semester 1 of freshman year, there was 153 student caseload. Data analysis showed that during progress report quarter 1, 69.3% of those students had Fs in multiple classes. In quarter 1 report card, that number decreased to 46.4%, a decrease in 22.9%. And then in progress quarter 2, it went slightly up to 47.1%, but still a 22.2% decrease from progress report quarter 1. But the most increase or progress that was made was at semester 1 grades, and that went down to 33.9%, a 35.4% decrease in Fs from progress report quarter 1. So after reviewing the presentation slides on tonight's study session in regards to Project Connect, I have to ask, why is the program being eliminated when it had so much potential to our at-risk students? This program is the connection that our at-risk students need to help build confidence and belief within themselves to be able to succeed. The district's motto is believe, correct? So why aren't you, the board, believing in Project Connect? The name of the program speaks volumes, and it deserves your respect. I hope that the board does not take staff's recommendation to eliminate it, but instead help foster it and to put additional resources towards it so that the district can truly close the achievement gap. I hope that those presenting tonight are the program leads and subject matter experts. If they are not, you should seek them out to ask questions. That goes for all programs that are being presented tonight and that are in consideration for elimination. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackson Hoover?
Good evening, students, staff, members of the board, parents, community members, and administration. My name is Jackson Hoover. I'm a social studies teacher here at Newark Memorial High School. For the past few years, we've been preparing for our WASC accreditation visit, which is fast approaching in a few weeks. It's no secret that WASC had a few critiques of our district in the past, but I don't want to talk about the negatives from that report. I want to highlight the things that WASC found us doing right. A lot of the things that the WASC team had praised were our programs that may be on the chopping block tonight. PAWS, Project Connect, MCA, and Puente. These programs did a lot of heavy lifting in our last WASC report. I'd even go so far as to say that the sections of our WASC report highlighting these programs were filled with glowing praise. With cuts to staff on the horizon, threats of class sizes increasing, and potential projects being eliminated, the WASC committee visiting us next month will have quite a few questions about the efficacy of our academic and support programs. They'll surely be asking teachers about these issues, and I'm wondering what I'm supposed to tell them if we're going to be cutting the very things that they found us doing correctly on our last report. Should I be warning my students that their diplomas may be at risk of not being accredited? If that's the case, would it not be more prudent for them to find other opportunities? If we eliminate the things that help us earn our accreditation, I'm really worried about what the future holds for our current and future students. They already have the odds stacked against them. It's a tough economy that they're going to be entering into. They may not have federal grants and loans available to them in the next 4 years for college. I'm worried that if they don't even have an accredited diploma, they're going to have a much harder time than that. Last year, we used a senior exit survey to gather some data from our graduating seniors. And I'd like to read a couple of comments from the question that asked our graduating seniors, why are you proud to be a Cougar? I enjoyed the program, the MCA program, because it opened up a lot of opportunities for me. MCA makes me proud to be a Cougar because I've finally been able to succeed and figure out where I want to go in life. MCA has been my saving grace at my time here at NMHS. Puente has been one of the biggest opportunities for me here at Newark. Puente, because the teachers were the best. Puente really helped me figure out what I want to do after high school. There's dozens of comments like these, and members of the board, I really have to beg you, don't cut these programs. I know you're having trouble with the budget, but I think we're missing the forest for the trees here. If we keep cutting all the trees down, there's no more forest left to cut. Please don't risk our accreditation. Don't cut these programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Tricia Kelly.
Good evening, Newark board members, executive cabinet, community members, and staff. My name is Tricia Kelly, and I have worked in Newark Unified for 16 years, 12 of which I've been a math teacher at both the junior high and the high school. I'm currently the math department chair as well as the Project Connect teacher advisor for our 9th grade students at Newark Memorial. Tonight, I wanted to give each of you a copy of the Project Connect slide deck that includes updated information on the program itself, data points from last school year and the current school year, as well as teacher and student testimonials. I've also sent a copy of the slide deck to each of you through email for you to review at your own convenience. Included in the slide deck, but not available on the handout, is a student testimonial video. I hope you find some time to watch the video on slide 7, as it's a powerful message from our Project Connect students from last school year. Although it's disappointing to hear Project Connect is not being recommended to come back next year, I think it's even more disappointing knowing, recognizing, and being aware of the intensive intervention and support that will no longer be provided to the 9th grade students from the moment that they step on our high school campus. Without Project Connect and PAWS next year, we will have limited to no academic intervention systems in place for freshmen at the high school. With that being said, I would encourage you to rethink cutting programs at Newark Memorial such as Project Connect that support a specific population of students that may otherwise slip through the cracks and find themselves academically behind and not on a graduation path early on in their high school journey. Thank you. Can I give you some?
Thank you so much. Miguel, I'm sorry, I don't want to mispronounce it.
Good evening. My name is Miguel Barajas, and I'm here to talk about Project Connect. At the beginning of my freshman year, I wanted to improve my grades from middle school to high school, but didn't know where to start. When Project Connect started, it held me accountable inside and outside the classroom. My grades from the beginning of my freshman year really improved throughout the year. I also improved on turning in my work on time as well as going on class on time. Being held accountable and having people continuously check in on me really made me successful last year. I think Project Connect is important for freshmen because it guides them to a better path and to have more discipline and motivation in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you. Izzy Andino?
Hi, my name is Izzy Andino, and I'm here to talk about my experience with Project Connect. I've always gotten good grades in school until the end of my 8th grade year when I started to fall off track. That carried over to my freshman year, which led to me not making the best choices on campus. Although that was happening, I still had help and support even when I didn't want it. Being held accountable by this program was probably what made the biggest change for me in the classroom. My GPA first semester was a 1.6, with 2 Fs, making me ineligible for sports. This took a big toll on me mentally and emotionally, coming from a family of athletes. I felt like this is when I decided to use Project Connect to the best of my advantage and accept the help being offered. This helped me to end my year off with a more serious mindset about my future altogether and realize how Project Connect is setting me up for an easier remainder of my years in high school. This year, I took the productive habits developed from last year to be successful inside and outside of the classroom. I'm now at a 3.3 GPA and active in many sports and clubs. Project Connect truly changed my life, and I hope more freshmen in the future are able to experience the support that I was. Thank you.
Brianna Rodriguez Gonzalez.
Good evening. My name is Brianna Rodriguez Gonzalez. I'm a 10th grader at Newark Memorial High School. Last year, I was part of Project Connect because in 8th grade, I struggled a lot with my classes. At the end of 8th grade year, I had 1 F and 3 Ds. As a freshman, Project Connect made a huge difference and helped me a lot. At first, I didn't want to do it because I wasn't sure it would help. But after Coach Kelly continued to check up on me, my grades kept improving. Last year, I didn't fail any of my classes and I had a 2.33 GPA. Being a part of Project Connect taught me how to communicate more with my teachers and how to stay on task in classroom. This year, I am doing even better and was able to be a part of the basketball and softball team. The first semester, I finished with a 2.67 and my current GPA is a 2.83, but I'm still working to get it up higher. I think Project Connect helps a lot of the freshmen and it could continue at our school. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcus Landon.
All right, good evening, school board and district staff. My name is Marcus Landon, and I'm one of 3 Puente educators at Newark Memorial High School. This is my first time speaking up at a board meeting, and I wouldn't do so if I didn't think it was important to speak up. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening. Over the past 2 months, the school board has suggested that the Puente program might possibly be cut due to budget constraints. I understand that times are tough for school districts and everyone is facing budget cuts. But with all due respect, the information that the school board and superintendent have presented about Puente and its costs are factually incorrect. And had someone from the district office actually met with one of the members of the Puente team, we could have given correct information. First of all, Puente is not an ELD program. It's not exclusive to Hispanic or Latino students. The entire mission of the Puente program is to support and encourage first-generation college students to attend 4-year universities. But the program is open to all students in Newark. We accept the A+ students, and we take the F students. We accept highly motivated students, and we accept low motivation students. Every student goes through an interview and application process. This year, we had over 120 applicants to the Puente program. Second of all, Puente does not cost the district $50,000, nor have I or any other Puente teacher received any stipend for the work we do, even though we attend field trips, facilitate community events, and facilitate parent meetings. We sacrifice our personal time, all for the benefit of the students, not extra pay. The Newark Memorial Puente program is a legacy Puente program, meaning it is one of the original 5 high school Puente programs in the state. Because of this, the MOU for the high school program requires that the district pay $5,000 to cover field trip expenses, materials, and parent workshops. The district also has to cover 9 substitute days. That is about $2,000 per person. There are 3 Puente staff members at the high school. So that is an additional $6,000 for sub-coverage. That adds up to $11,000 of cost to the district. The middle school has its own MOU and its own costs. For this MOU, the district is required to pay $10,000 for trainings and professional development, an additional $5,000 for field trips, materials, and parent workshops, plus the 9 sub-days. There are 2 Puente staff members, so the sub-coverage costs about $4,000. That adds up to $19,000. If you do the math, that adds up to just short of $30,000, far short of the amount the district has presented. This seems like a worthwhile investment if you ask me. All this training has made me a better educator, and I have utilized the knowledge and skills gained through these trainings to have a more positive impact for all Newark Memorial students, not just Puente students. Please keep Puente and allow me and my Puente colleagues to continue supporting students with their college-going aspirations. Thank you.
Thank you. Vivian Young?
Good evening, board members and everyone. My name is Vivian Young. This is my 21st year working at the district. And I have worked with MCA Media Communications Academy for the last 15 years, with the last 6 as the coordinator. I recognize that MCA may or may not be continued next school year, but I do want to emphasize how important for programs like MCA to stay at the high school and open up opportunities for different students to be able to express themselves in various ways. MCA is a California Partnership Academy, as well as a CTE program. California Partnership has been in California for the last 30 years. I am a product of one of these, the program from Berkeley High. CTE is a career technical education program that allow us, these two places allow us to receive 2 grants, which is a matching fund with the district, allowing students to have field trips or industry-related opportunities where otherwise students may not have outside of the school environment. Although we take in a lot of work with at-risk students, but those are not the students that we focus on. We focus on everyone who wants to learn something different than traditional learning. We offer project-based learning. We offer a cohort of students. We help them understand what a family is and have them learn in a small community. So students will learn to work together as peers, and they learn how to be a professional at the same time. And this is the reason why some of the reasons why we should definitely have MCA remain at the high school. And the fact that it has been working well for 24 years and the pandemic has hit it a little bit with enrollment, we wanted to have the opportunities to be able to carry out our original mission, which is to help students becoming professional at their industry for MCA, which is arts, media, and entertainment, in the arts, media, and entertainment sector, and as well as help them understand that besides college, which we encourage them to go to, they can be certified as a professional as well, right after high school. Thank you. Thank you.
Sherry Villa?
Right. Good evening, Board President and board members and Executive Cabinet. This is our NTA contract, our current one. It was approved by you on April 20th of 2023. Now, while the majority of the body of our contract doesn't change, certain things go through changes. There are many things in here that have been in our contract for years. I'd like to point out 2 of them specifically. In Article 3.3, right to consult. Consultation as used in this agreement shall be defined as follows: discussions which provide each party with meaningful opportunity to material impact, influence, and shape decisions before they are made. This consultation does not limit any of the rights contained in Article 4. Moving down to 3.3.1, the district shall give timely written notice to the association, including a reasonable timeline within which a response is required on matters subject to consultation. 3.3.2.1, a change in curriculum and/or course content. So, the teachers at the high school, consultation with the teachers if we're making any changes. If this comes down, a top-down decision, there's another article within our contract in regard to grievances. Okay, something like this where our teachers were not consulted in changes to our educational program, our course content. It doesn't start at an informal, it doesn't start out as a level 1, it's an immediate level 2. It's in our contract, 5.4.4. If a grievance arises from an action or inaction of the district based on a decision at a level above the principal or immediate supervisor, the grievant shall submit a grievance in writing directly to the superintendent, and the association with the processing of such grievance commence at a level 2. So the top-down decision is a level 2 grievance. This is something that these are our rights in our contract. So again, changing programs at the high school without consultation with the teachers is a level 2 grievance. Okay? Purchasing an iReady contract for hundreds of thousands of dollars for elementary and the junior high without consultation with the teachers, that's a level 2 grievance. So again, consultation with our teachers is going to benefit our executive cabinet, who has no history on programs or how things happened in our district. So NTA is prepared to file level 2 grievances on any changes in our educational programs or course content starting today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We will be moving into our study session portion of the evening now. So we'll go down to the table.
So I received this at 6:01 after study session started.
Okay.
So I just received it just now, and I remember.
We do ask that we get these prior to starting. Alba? Okay. Yeah, in the future, please make sure that you bring it forward before the meeting.
Somehow I was under the impression it was happening at the civic hall, and I went there and I ran.
Sorry.
So I was
Next month we'll be there.
We'll be there next
driving,
week.
making the speed limits on the road, so yeah. Okay, so I'm Mrs. Gaur and I teach math at the high school. I've been doing this for the past 18 years. And without doubt, I can say that Project Connect has by far been the most successful ventures that we've undertaken at the high school. So Project Connect has not only included freshmen from the general population, but also at-risk pools, including the SPED and the ELD kids. So it's not restricted to any subject. And I've never seen such a large group of freshmen advocating for themselves. So these freshmen are writing us emails, which I've never even dreamt of. What is my grade? What can I do to improve my grade? This has never happened in the past. So starting such a program was a very brave venture, I would say, that was taken on the part of Dr. Brown and Ms. Kelly. It needs a constant devotion, time above and beyond their regular school hours, and preparation to make sure that the program runs smoothly. The students in this program look up to the coach and currently it's run by Ms. Kelly, so they look up to Ms. Kelly with great admiration and hope. Hope that somebody cares for them and won't let them fall through the cracks. That's the major thing. Students feel safe, supported, and not judged for their road grades. Students are now flexible, close-knit cohort of a freshman. We cannot take hope and support away from these young adults. Consistent monitoring of grades by Ms. Kelly has been so effective that the failing freshman has improved exceptionally since the beginning of the last year. Students now feel accountable for their grades and success in their 6 classes. They know that the path where they can independently and confidently reach out to their teachers with a great success. It's not only the students who feel supported, but also the teachers of ninth graders, we feel supported as well. So discipline issues, because the students want to learn and not fail. So credit goes to the people who are running this. I wish we had a team behind one person. One person has achieved so much through this program. If we had a team behind her, without doubt, this would have been one of the greatest ventures in districts across this county. I would say that.
Thank you. I do. Are they going to be presenting during study session? Yeah. Do you want the?
Beware that you're just play brief.
Oh, yeah, I got so sick because I was able to see us, one of my kids, and I can't do that.
It's not for you guys, it's what you did that for you two.
Thank you.
Well, if I could just take a moment while we're getting set up and started. First of all, I want to thank everybody that's been involved with looking at some data, starting the conversation. There's been a lot of conversations over the past year about these programs out in our board meetings, and I thought it was important to bring them forward for part of a discussion as to where they stood and what we were doing to support them, to be able to move them forward, to look at other ideas that might launch from some of the ideas that are actually embedded in some of the topics that we're talking about, in particular about intervention. I want to thank those that came out this evening and spoke to us. Your voices are important to us as we sit there and we look at what we want to be able to do for our high school students. It does have an impact, of course, on the overall well-being of all of our students, and in some cases, there's been discussions about wanting to expand and not just keep just small projects, but maybe use those ideas to be able to launch off on some bigger ideas. So really the purpose here is for us to be able to have a discussion with our board, something we haven't been able to do, and something I'm looking forward to having a discussion with, getting their feedback as Dr. Murphy and as Dr. Hahn do their presentation here this evening. And again, the board may ask us for more information, you may ask us to come back with more presentations. We're happy to help and work with you on that as we move forward. But this is initial conversation and kind of our best guess as to our best recommendations as to where some things should go as we move forward. So with that.
All right.
All right. Pulling it up. What's going up the slide?
Well, as we pull up the slide, I just want to say good evening, board members, board president, Superintendent Picard, and executive staff, and Joy as well. I'm Han Fung, I'm the Director of Teaching and Learning, and with me tonight is Principal Mike Murphy, the principal of Newark Memorial High School. We're going to be presenting some information today about several programs at the high school as well as provide you with the WASC overview. The format of this evening today is that we'll introduce each program, provide staff recommendations connected to each program, and then we're going to follow up with questions and discussions. As you heard today from members of the community, that programs are deeply tied to people. You see the program name there, but it's deeply tied to people, and it cannot be lost that it can be deeply personal. And so as we present, we commit to sharing current information, and we're open to hearing additional perspectives, and really deeply dive into a full-on discussion. Next slide.
I will be discussing a myriad of programs and offerings at Newark Memorial, which includes the following above. Some of those you've heard about this evening. First, I'll begin with WASC. For your information, here's some pertinent information that will help you as we prepare for a WASC visit. The visit will begin on Sunday. They'll meet with the parent group, get a tour, and then from there, the meeting that you are welcome to attend will be at 2 o'clock on Monday the 28th. The general results of what their findings are will be released on Wednesday, time to be announced, and recommendations usually around June. This is the outline of chapters that are contained in the link that I provided to you in the previous slide. You see here the self-study document. If you click on that, you'll be able to see the self-study. Here's the various chapters 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chapter 3 was the piece where we break into the 5 sections that all the various focus groups work together to identify our strengths and weaknesses. If you have a hard time sleeping, that's a great one to read. This slide highlights the high school's revised mission and vision statements. This is where this is what we're moving towards in the next 6 years. I'll go ahead and read that for you. The mission statement: supported by an active and unified community, the high school educates and empowers its students with real-life pragmatic skills necessary to succeed in the 21st century. The school seeks to support this approach through preparing students for college, leadership, and life through innovative instruction, a rigorous curriculum, and the use of cutting-edge technology. NMHS is equally committed to the education, development, and socioeconomic success of all students. This mission is achieved in a student-centered environment that fosters lifelong learning, cross-cultural competency, social responsibility, and academic excellence. Using critical pedagogy, these family, community, and school elements are aligned to foster these values. That's the overarching goal. Here's the vision, very much more specific. Newark Memorial seeks to create a progressive, challenging education that encompasses college and career readiness. Through the cultivation of these skills, the high school pupils will be successful in college and return to revitalize their home communities using their college degrees as professional entrepreneurs. Graduates will be self-confident, self-disciplined, successful, proactive leaders who excel in high school, college, and beyond. Any questions regarding the WASC coming up? Yes?
Just quickly. So you've already gone through your whole process of evaluating the prior WASC report and what potentially you believe are things that you want to emphasize to the WASC review committee and what your plans are. And so they essentially have this whole study, and now they're coming in to review your report.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been here for 3 years. That first year, we looked at the goals that was brought to us by the last visitation. It would have been the mid-cycle. And actually, in addition to that, would have been the progress report when they came back up, probationary piece. After that, looking at the goals, what are we doing well, what do we need to continue on, how do we address those goals, and from there we started, I don't know, the past year we were working on our folders and looking at assessments. D is a very critical area. Are we looking at data? What does the data look like? How are we using that in the classroom? What is the pacing guides? What does the collaboration look like? What does that piece look like? Most recently, let's see, what was it like? Last week, a couple weeks ago, I think it was last week, we began to look at, we're comparing data from 2020 surveys from 23 and 25. And so we've been chunking pieces. Focus groups work for about, focus groups work together for about 3 months. and tackling their particular sections. So you've got like governance, I don't remember all of them, I do, this is, I'll have 20 under my belt after this year, but you've got governance, you've got curriculum and teaching, you've got instruction, you've got, assessment, you've got community, you've got all the various elements.
Right.
They had a chance to look at theirs, then they had a chance to trade off and see what other people had, and we began to add and subtract from pieces from there. And then from there, what we most recently did, everybody got together, we looked at chapter 1, then we looked at chapter 2, then we got together for the last, for March. Oh, that's gonna come back up. But come March, for the teacher workday, they looked at chapters 3 through 5. And so now it's time to get the posters up, purchase some pieces, get things going, we'll be ready to roll.
When is the site visit?
28th.
April 27th to the 30th.
Or 27th.
April 28th?
Starts on Sunday, the 27th.
Yeah, it's your all's visit would be the 28th as a focus group talk conversation, but they'll be here Sunday the 27th through Wednesday the 30th.
And if board members can attend on Sunday evening, it's okay for them to come out.
Oh,
for their
absolutely.
piece, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'll get you the times on that one. They will have an opportunity to meet with the parents. I can get you set up on that. You don't be with the parents, that's fine.
It might be a combination of both.
Okay. So that's that. I'm assuming this is gone, or?
Will this be a?
Oh.
What's a power outage?
Like having all the lights.
You guys don't have any slides to work with,
Okay.
so.
This screen is on, so the community can see it right now.
Can you see it?
Could have people shift over here. I can see it from here.
Let me ask you, do you have computers at your desk where you can see the same slides live, or?
Yeah, we do.
I should sit there and we'll go to the podium.
Or I can bring my computer and we can look at it.
It's off.
Yeah, we'll go to the podiums, and that way you can see off your screens,
Okay.
how's that? And then you guys can see their thing.
Well, you can sit there, but it would be nice for us to be able to see.
Okay, yeah, of course.
Oh, how do we know?
Oh, you. Yeah.
Can you just, why can't we just put my computer out here?
So y'all are gonna be able to see this in live, or?
Yes.
Cool. All right, so the next section we'll talk about is Puente. Puente is a statewide program for secondary schools, including community colleges. Currently, 10 middle schools, 40 high schools, and 75 community colleges participate in the program. The high schools joined the Puente project in 2008, during the 2008-2009 school year, with a cohort of approximately 60 students. The aim of the Puente program is to work with underrepresented students who enroll in four-year colleges and universities. To participate in the Puente program, students and parents and guardians submit an online application and participate in an interview process. The overarching goal is to create a heterogeneous classroom environment, and multiple factors come into play regarding such as motivation, commitment, and grades. There is no one single factor that determines eligibility into the program. Ultimately, this program puts students in place to ensure that underrepresented students get the support that is necessary for successfully assimilating into universities and colleges. Once the application and interview process has been completed, the Puente team meets, consisting of the counselor and Puente teachers, and collectively, they discuss application responses, self-motivation, and the student's commitment and desire to participate with the end goal of applying to four-year colleges and universities. Every year, recruiting begins in January. Middle school and high school Puente teachers begin to look at first-generation status and socioeconomically disadvantaged status. Presentations are shared to students and families about the program, both at the middle school as well as St. Edward's. Students and families are provided with a link that offers a more detailed description of the Puente program, as well as the required application. All information is translated into their native language. Families who lack access to the internet are provided hard copies of it for information. It is a collective effort with the Puente staff at the middle school to recruit for the Puente program at the high school. Multiple communications are shared via social media and email. Counselors participate in 8th grade informational nights to highlight the Puente program and are available to answer questions. Students apply for the high school Puente program to indicate their interest at the high school level. This slide up here shares the current freshman class. There are of 101 students that applied. Is that right about? Okay, 125, 95 was selected, right? Okay, 3 sections full. Yeah. So you can guarantee every year we've got 5 sections of freshmen coming in. Of those 5 sections, 3 are going to be Puente kids. Three out of every 5 kids, I guess you would say, are Puente kids. Of those original students, the high school had a limit due to the allotted FTE. Students who turned in their applications after the deadline were placed on a wait list. 60% of students are first-generation college-bound students. Of this, 8 students are general education students with IEPs and 504 plans. 7 students are classified as English learners, and 70% are Latinos. This cohort also represents 50 females and 45 males. I will note that when I last met with Puente last year, they said of the high schools, we probably have the most solid rate of balance between the genders. This here is your enrollment overview for your of the students for this current class and such. What I will tell you to know is that when you're looking at the cohorts, the numbers are going to shift between the years because some students are coming, some students are going, some students may enter in that are on the wait list. They may enter in after the fact. They're currently on the wait list. So if you notice here, I'm looking way over here. So we go from 88 to 97. These guys are represented that were on the wait list at the time. So they were able to have, we were able to have some slots because some people had left. This is the most current data available from Puente. Puente only provides data always 2 years behind. So this is the most current data that we have. The high school will not receive data for the class of 2023 until October. And 2019 and 2020 reflect issues due to COVID. The following slide illustrates the demographics, the current demographic, or not the current, they graduated, the demographics for the Puente class of 2022. All right, continued recommendations. Continue to message that the program aims to support underserved and underrepresented students at Newark Memorial High School. Continue transcript reviews of Puente students to ensure that students are meeting A through G graduation requirements. Identifying a new counselor for Puente, and highlight student success to elementary school communities to enhance the understanding and goals of the Puente program. Any questions?
Yes, I have a question. Overall, what is your percentage of underrepresented students in your high school Puente program?
Currently, I would need the California dashboard. I'd have to take a look. Can I go on there?
But that won't tell you Puente, right? I would like to know the percentage of underrepresented students in the Puente program.
Okay. Well, currently it's 70%. Pardon me, 70% Latino. The thing to keep in mind is of all the what Puente represents is of those students who applied and were accepted. It does not represent the entire, neither the entire district nor the overall numbers of students at the high school. So of the 1371 students that we currently have, you got to figure that you have 3 sections per grade. So let's somebody do the math for me. So if we're saying 34 times 2, 35. Okay, say 34 times 3. 34 times 3 is?
102.
102, and 102 times 4? 408? Okay, so you've got 408 students that are, that percentage is representing 408 students that are in the program.
Okay, what I know is that approximately 30% of our students at the high school are underrepresented. And I would expect no less and probably even more to be part of Puente. So I think it's important that we know that Puente is attracting and supporting underrepresented students.
Agreed. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy. So just to confirm, because we heard some comments from the community at the beginning of the session. So regarding Puente, we're not talking about cutting this program.
No, that's not my recommendation.
Okay, and so, but what you are saying is that we want to make sure, as Member Thomas has indicated, or Vice President Thomas, that it is targeted towards underserved and underrepresented, right? So we want to encourage that participation, and also that we're expecting that in order to be a part of that program, that you are focused on achieving certain academic outcomes. So you're working to make sure that kids are taking A through G classes, and we're looking at making sure that again that we prepare these people for graduation. And so we're really just trying to, it sounds like, just further hone this program to make sure that it is delivering good academic outcomes for these target populations. Is that a fair statement?
Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Sure thing.
Can I say, I think it's very important that we have measures of our success with the program. Maybe you can say something about that, but one in particular is, sorry, my throat is raspy this evening. One in particular is the percentage of our Puente students, especially our underrepresented Puente students, who are graduating A through G eligible. Several years ago, 75% of Puente students were A through G eligible, but we were not able to learn how many of those were our underrepresented population. Do you have that number?
That I do not, but I can get that for if you'd like. So, you have the number? I don't have the number. So we'll get back to you.
Okay.
Thank you for the presentation. Really glad to see the positive work that Puente is doing, and just want to express my strong support for the program and appreciation for everyone involved in it. It's really great to see, like on that previous slide, the fact that Puente students are going to college at a higher rate than the Memorial average, which really shows to me that the program is working well. So I'm glad to see its continued effectiveness and the amount of community support for it.
Yeah. The only I want to add to the financial impact. You all are allocating $5,000 for the program. Do understand that when this program was put in place originally, we had a school bus driver, and they would go on trips. And the trips would typically be about $600. Today, because we have some buses, but we don't have a bus driver, those trips are now costing about $2,400. That's where a lot of that impact is coming. When it comes to a Puente teacher, we just had a new Puente teacher. Actually, you've been doing it for a while. We have a new Puente teacher. We paid for his training out of our SIPSA. That didn't come from the district, it came from us. Additionally, as far as field trips and such, those have been allocated generously by the site council. So they've been allocating those pieces. And lastly, the one thing I think is important to note is that irregardless, we still need those teachers, because whether they're teaching Puente or they're not teaching Puente, they're still teaching students. So there's no fiscal impact as far as staffing on that piece. And I would also like to say, and to put it into perspective, I've worked in other districts where I didn't have a Puente program, I didn't have Avid, I had to figure it out. I didn't even have a counselor, it was me and a bunch of kids and trying to figure it out. So you're trying to discipline while you're trying to counsel them at the same time. And what reality is coming with this is, these folks are taking kids who are coming from, they're coming from homes where college is an abstract concept. These are kids who are showing promise, they're demonstrating that they have the willingness and the desire and the ambition. One thing you can't quantify ever is ambition. So what they're doing is they're identifying students who are showing that they want to take the next step and they want to focus on their 4-year studies. Out of that comes this process where they're supporting these students with, ideally, they're working with students who, whereas if you have middle class students, you've got upper class students who are not underrepresented, they have resources available to them. They have family supports that they already know what it takes to get into college. These are kids that should be traditionally don't have access to that, and they're figuring it out as they go. They're building a plane as they fly it. And ultimately what happens is these students that do go to the 4-year level, they're going to be in your EOP programs and such. So, I mean, take Avid. Most people know what Avid is. This is Avid from a different way. And what happens is you're taking these kids and you're placing them, we're supporting them here, they're supporting them. And then they go to the college, the collegiate level, and they're going to have additional supports at the EOP level to get them through college and university. So that's, as well as community college. So it's an important program. Unfortunately, it doesn't affect all the kids, but this is what we've got. And my understanding is that prior to me, we selected this route because it was less financially impacting as say Avid, which is a quite pricey program. But it's great. Kids are benefiting from it, and you've got some good things going on there. Yes.
Dr. Murphy, I really appreciate the transparency and just clarifying that piece there. It's really important to understand that when the MOU was provided a couple of years ago, has it been updated with the most recent information? Allocating the $5,000 per teacher, I mean, has it been updated at any point in time?
I think next year is the year it goes to. It's either this year or next year, and I know they're coming back with the update.
Is it a 3-year?
I think so, something like that, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And just a follow-up question with the students from middle school, 6th, 7th, it's 7th and 8th grade, is that correct?
6, 7, and 8. I have no understanding what happened. Yeah.
7 and 8?
Yeah,
so
correct.
these same students, when they follow through to high school, are these following through with the process as well?
Not necessarily. The difference, though, is they will have some experiences with what goes on at the Puente level for middle school. And I couldn't speak to that.
No, they have the same application process.
Okay.
They have to apply just like everybody else.
So they go through the interview once again? Okay. Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure.
Is there coordination between the middle school and the high school in terms of those students moving? I mean, even though they're reapplying in 9th grade, but they are, there is a connection between the high school and the middle school in terms of that? So yes, they've been in it, and that, are there teacher recommendations that come with, or counselor recommendations that come from the middle school to the high school?
I would suspect it would be in the interview process and the application process.
Okay.
Answer your question.
And that's.
Yes, all right.
No, we try to prioritize like the ones who are in the Puente program at the middle school to try to ensure that they can go into the high school program as best we can. And they indicated it on their application if they're in Puente at the middle school. So that way, like, if you're in the middle school Puente program, you don't just like get kicked out. You can continue on.
Right. Okay, thank you for the clarification. Member Joy.
First of all, thank you for the presentation. With the budget cuts, is there a possibility that field trips will be cut in the coming future?
So what happens is we get so much in our SIPSA each year, and from that, those folks who are nominated or out, the people who draw the short straws and get on site council, they get to determine how that money's allocated. So not knowing what the percentage is going to be for a dip for next year, I anticipate not everybody's going to get everything they want, but I think we're going to be pretty good at being smart about what we need to do. Particularly if you look at Chapter 5 with our action plan, WASC goals, how they're aligned to our SIPs, I think, and the LCAP, I think we'll still hit our goals and what we're looking to do.
Great, thank you.
And then also, you mentioned earlier, please correct me if I'm wrong, about like not being able to find a bus driver, which was why there was $24,000 cost added. That's coming from SIPSA and not the district?
Yeah, we pay for the we pay for the field trips. But there may be some money there. They have enough money out the gate to be able to pay for a field trip if they want to. Yeah.
And then my question was,
I can say no
bus
field
driver.
trip has ever been denied.
okay, but the bus driver, are we, like, do we need to look for a bus?
My school showcase in 2024, these indicators, and you're actually going to see these indicators on your paperwork that was provided to you earlier from Coach Kelly. These indicators represent the dispositions that Project Connect seeks to accomplish. Project Connect will be reviewed as the potential intervention and support system strategy for students to see if it's scalable for all students. This is a model that we can look at and when we can reconsider alternatives for intervention. It is an intervention program that was, we were very fortunate to have more math sections. We had, of the math sections that we've had in the last 2 years, we had an abundance of teachers, and that gave us the ability to try some interventions during the school day. It is not a class, it is not a curriculum, it's an intervention program. That could also be offered before or after school or during lunch. But it was something that we tried to be creative about and that we saw a need with students a couple years ago. But with, as I say, with the recommendation, this program will, I'm recommending that it not be continued due to budget constraints and a lack of sections within the master schedule due to where we're at. Questions?
I have some questions on this one.
Sure thing.
So I was really disappointed to see this recommendation in the report, and I was pretty surprised because I remember when we had been talking about layoffs previously, I had specifically asked whether or not laying off the high school math teacher would impact Project Connect, and I remember Assistant Superintendent Williams saying no, and that would not have an impact on Project Connect. So I'm a little bit confused as to what happened because I feel like I asked the question whether or not approving that layoff would lead to an impact on Project Connect, and I was told no. So I feel a little bit misled in now seeing that the master schedule can no longer accommodate this program. I mean, we've heard from a lot of community members about its effectiveness, and we don't really have a clear alternative being presented to replace it. And to take something away without offering a clear and improved replacement seems to me like the opposite of an equitable decision. I mean, if it means we need to hire another math teacher to make the sections available, then I would advocate for it. But to take a successful program and to terminate it for budgetary reasons without having a thorough conversation about it really seems irresponsible, in my opinion.
Thank you for that. I will say I've thought about it after listening to the audience and on my way over here. We have some really great ideas for things, and I noticed that when it comes to, there's a couple things I've noticed. This provides a really great opportunity for a tier 2 intervention. There's a lot of tier 1 interventions that we can do as a site together, and tier 2 interventions, a lot of which we haven't explored yet. And I noticed that as far as when we had like Challenge Day, or we've had, I didn't get a lot of staff participation with that. And I think that a lot of the pieces that could be picked up through Challenge Day, that can be picked up through Project Connect, that can be picked up in our strategies classes for special ed, that could also be picked up through our freshman classes. Y'all have heard me for the last 2 years say, I think this stuff's the bane of our existence. I think we lost our sense of humanity in the way we interact with each other. And we weigh each other more about, social media and how many likes do I have or whatever it is. I think what I've noticed, I've been here for 3 years, what I've battled with and what I've been really trying to work with the staff on is building collegiality. WASC has been great because you'll see some folders where people have been filling things into the folders. You can see that there's collegiality and there's relationship building into the folders. And they're going to see some folders that are empty. They didn't provide me anything. And in many ways, I got a lot of people working in silos, which is sad, because for a large campus like that, and I think about sometimes when I see particularly, I call them old timers, but anybody like, oh, I graduated there 20 years ago. I graduated there 30 years ago. Heck, we had the people that graduated 50 years ago. They're so excited about seeing the place. And it's like, and they talk so fondly about their administration, their teachers and such. And I think that there's a lot of these strategies, and I hear you. I think there's a lot of these strategies that we probably need to talk together as a staff and identify how can we, instead of having that program, how can we infuse this into our own curriculum in the everyday process that we do? I mean, we don't even have a binder reminder anymore. You know, parents are asking, do you have the binder reminder? I'm like, no, we don't. I think we need to bring that back. Personally, I'm arguing that we should start with freshmen and special ed and start building out grade to grade. I'm not gonna give it to a senior next year. I'm gonna toss it. But there's all these little things that we take for granted for the last 20 years. I mean, you were teaching them, you know, not a million years, but you know how it is and you're teaching it. There's things that, you've been there, all of you know, but there's things that we could really bring back that I think is pretty good, instead of saying, this is gonna do that and I'm gonna go over here. We need to all be doing things together. I mean, I don't remember what it was, what's her name, Hillary Clinton said, but it's like it takes the village to help a kid or whatever. I think that's probably where we need to be. We need to be mindful of that. That's where I'm going with it. But all I know is that you only have so much money, you only have so many squares to fill things in, and we don't have the set for Hollywood Squares, so we got to sort of work with what we've got. So this is where I'm going with the discussions that have been had and trying to make things work. We're going to do what we got to. And you had one, and then yeah.
I would like to add to that, because as a sixth grade teacher, you know, I kind of got started to get into the secondary thing, and I collected my the cell phones of the kids. They walked in the door, and they tucked them in it was right on my desk. They knew where they were, but they were on my desk and not in their hands. And then that was a much easier time to be able to build that relationship with them. If they were struggling, then, you know, it is important. Teachers need to take, and there needs to be that time, which what I heard from the students and people talking about Project Connect is it's that personal connection.
Yeah.
It's showing the kids
That you care.
that the adults care. And, you know, as much as my kids would give me a hard time when I started collecting their cell phones, by the end they were like, you know, I'm really glad you did it. I was more engaged. I felt that they felt that I was there for them.
Mm-hmm.
And that made a big difference. So it's the personal connection that I'm really hearing people talk about. And whether it's through Project Connect or it's some other way, that's the critical part of what that program has brought. And that's
Absolutely.
what I heard from everyone.
Absolutely.
So,
somebody's listening to them, somebody knows about them,
somebody's
cares.
checking in on
Somebody
them.
gives a rip. That's what it comes down to it.
Exactly.
Yeah, agreed.
So how much are we saving by cutting this? And do we have concrete programs right now that we're going to funnel these students that are not going to be able to participate into?
I have to build the master schedule first. And what I do know is this: if I have spaces here and there, we're going to make things go. But I also know that we need to make sure the kids are taken care of first. To be able to say what other programs, I don't know just yet. I just know what's worked for me in the past. I think it's a collective conversation with the staff.
And how much money are we going to save by cutting this?
2 sections, so take that person's salary, divide it by 5, and that gives you 1, and then times it times 2. So typically there's a HR, I should just ask you. Dr. Walker, what is that, about 25 grand per class? Yeah. Per section?
Loaded, probably about 60 or 70.
$25,000 per section plus 30% for the 8, so 30% of that on top of it for benefits. So you're saving about 50, yeah, you're saving
70.
a chunk of change. Yes.
No, I think the idea of the program is great. I think what you mentioned earlier about other configurations before class and after class, if we have someone working 2 sections, are they pulling students out? Last year is the first year I ever heard of this program, and it was a brief discussion in your presentation. And we've never seen the program to approve it. We've never had a budget. We've never had a process. We've never had a description of it other than what you gave us last year.
Agreed.
So I think this speaks to what our responsibility to make sure that we have the data, we have the process, we have measurable objectives and outcomes, and that we follow them.
Absolutely.
So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I mean, you got to, I give everybody, I'm all about, we have to take care of the kids educationally first. If we've got some spaces to try some things, I'm all about letting people take safe risks, positive risks. This has been a great one. I don't know if I'm gonna have the sections for it within the school day. That's why I'm saying, we're gonna have to be creative. You know, the district needs to remain financially solvent, the kids need to be taken care of, and if I take that away, that's 2 sections that are being taken away for math. She's a very solid math teacher, we're very fortunate to have her. She teaches I would argue, our most needed class is Algebra 1.
Dr. Murphy, we were talking about, making a connection. As freshmen, when you come in, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for that support, that understanding. And I think the students that went ahead and presented earlier, they emphasized that. They showed with being down with the grades, with GPA, and not being able to participate in sports or in other activities or projects. So I think that just speaking of and having the students really advocate for that program, and also some teachers, we need to find some kind of support, Tier 1 and also Tier 2 to support Ms. Kelly. And I think it's really important to continue. And we have to scratch to look for something that's working, but to really support something that's really academically boosting our children.
Absolutely.
If I can just chime in, I think this is one of the things when I was talking in the beginning, that I think some of the programs that we're looking at here are just beginning to kind of like scratch the surface, right? And a little bit later on, you're going to see some information on Apex, which is concerning, especially when you look at the number of students that weren't able to complete their courses that they need, right? And so what is that we need really for our kids to make sure there's enough intervention that's built in for models and that we're intersecting, and how are the students identified? I think that's the other key question. And then what happens after 9th grade? Like, what are we doing for 10th and 11th and 12th? Like, we need to have a bigger and broader conversation around that intervention, because I don't think this is enough. I think we need to do something more, and I think we need to put some more resources in to make sure that all of our students are academically achieving and have the support systems to be successful. Because there's a lot of other data out there when you start looking at it that really concerns me, looking at it from a higher level lens, with the number of courses that didn't get completed over the last few years that kids are missing. And, one of the speakers earlier, he's brought this up with us for a number of years. And he's not wrong in what he's saying. We need to make sure that we're figuring out ways to really help and connect. And again, I think we can learn from best practices, and then how do we grow it and how do we make it more systemic within the school? So I think there's more work to be done here, quite frankly. I do want to thank Patricia Kelly for the work that she's done on this. I think it needs to have a bigger conversation, though, on how we identify the kids. And then what do we do after 9th grade? Like, how else do we keep kids connected? And what does that look like? And how do we build in those intervention elements? And those are some conversations I've been having with staff. And I don't seem to have answers yet for those, but we need to come back and we need to have the conversation. This is a starting conversation. So I want to thank you.
I hear that definitely, and certainly I think there's more that can be done to extend the intervention across the high school. And in my previous comment, I didn't mean to be critical of you, Principal Murphy in particular, but what I'm hearing is a lot of like, we're going to have conversation about this, or we're going to think about that, or we're going to think about expanding it to the broader school environment, which is good, but we're taking something specific away right now, and I'm not hearing anything concrete that we have in its place to replace it and ensure that our most vulnerable 9th grade students are getting the academic support that they need. And so from my perspective, to take something away before a clear replacement is in place and solidified and we can get specifics on that, I think it's still a disservice to students. I think that one math teacher is not that much in the grand scheme of the budget, and unless there's a clear and concrete plan for what will replace Project Connect, I don't feel comfortable supporting its closure.
I have I have concerns that the model and that it does require 2 release periods for a specific individual. I think we can tweak the model without doing that. We can tweak it with having before and after school stipends for teachers that are willing to work individually with these students.
Which could come out of SIPSA.
Well, many stipends don't come out of SIPSA.
Oh, no, I'm saying, but it's not a burden on, we're funded for that. You're preaching to the choir. You're right
Oh,
on.
okay, right, yeah, so something like that. So I think we can readjust the program, keep it going, but not have a two-release period teacher, which is the reason that it would be discontinued. I think it can be quickly, we have 4 or 5 months before the next school year, and I think you can come up with a plan that you could bring back to the board that we could support.
I do want to say this. I mean, I feel like we're doing the brushstroke tonight, so you're going to get the brushstroke. I'm going to tell you this, and I'm going off script, so everybody gets scared of what's he going to say next. But the reality is this. You've got a group of folks that have been here for a number of years. We've gotten very complacent with what we do and what we want to do. And I get people are comfortable with what they're doing. And I get that it's uncomfortable. I say change, Vince says, what is it, shift, whatever you want to call it. At the end of the day, we're making roads. We've gone from all reds and yellows on the dashboard to now we're all greens with the exception of it's yellow, it's EL and math. We're doing some good things. But I also know that, like, when it comes to WASC, I'm going to be honest, I'm the first one to tell you, I hate professional development. I hate going to these things and saying, it's just the same thing. Bloom's taxonomy has been changed over 3 times. And you know what I like? I like going to WASCs. I went to Carmel and I stole a whole bunch of ideas off of them. In another, I think it's a month, that's scary. In another month, I'm going to go up to Oakland. I'm going to go check out a chart school and see what they're up to. And then we have ours 2 weeks later. And then I've got to go work with some guys out in, it's out there where they have a big concert and stuff north of, it's a concert people. It's out there north of Sacramento, out in the middle of nowhere where they have a Hard Rock Cafe. So I'm going to do a school out there. There's a lot of really cool ideas that we can get out there. And goal number, I think 7 is in chapter 4 is staff. We all need to go conduct WASC visits because of all the staff, I only got 1 person besides me that has done a visit. I did 3 last year. I did 3 this year, and it should be. I want all this. I want the department chairs to go annually. I want staff to go at least every 3 years to see what's going on outside. Get outside of your nest. I feel like I'm Socrates talking to the allegory of the cave. I'm trying to get them to come out of their cave. Hey, there's all these great things, and there's so many things that we could possibly do, and it's very easy to get complacent. Yeah, and I make people uncomfortable, but this is my staff here. They know how I do business. I'm as transparent as it gets. But I also know that we got to stay within the budget too. So I'm with what I have. This is where I'm. Yeah, go for it. Rock and roll.
Yeah. I understand that we need to stay within budget. So would it be possible to lower like the sections, or like does it have to be 2 sections? Like, are we able to keep Project Connect and just lower the amount of classes or like students that it's taking in?
I wouldn't know that until after I balance the master schedule.
So
but
just
when you're moving that, so for every class that you move, it's a
domino effect.
Yeah, it gets real scary. I include 1 more A period. I'm hurting something on the 6th period end. If I get I'd love to give every coach 6 period prep. I'd love to give them all 6 period prep. Hey, how many coaches are there that are teachers?
There's 4.
How many coaches? There's a lot. And when you do that, and I put them all on the 6th period because they're always going to be gone, and that way it doesn't affect the kids who have 6th period prep or that 6th period class where they got the algebra 2 or the calc or the English or whatever it is. You do that, it's going to throw the numbers way off. So
I do want to make sure that we stay on task. We've got several other ones that we need to go through yet tonight. I want to make sure we get there with it.
He's been very patient.
One quick last question, I apologize. Dr. Murphy, within the last 3 years, the overview of WASC, the WASC program itself, have we gotten information from the students, teachers, parents, surveys? Have we gotten data sharing this information with our 9th grade families?
I don't think I've done a good enough job with the families, the parents per se. I do meet with people in person and such. That's something I could have done better at. I think we do a good job as far as communication in terms of WASC. No, I think we could have done better. As far as kids, I think we've been okay with it, and staff, I mean, they're tired of hearing WASC. Their ears are turning into cauliflower. So that I would say has been a win on that part of it. But yeah, families, I don't think I've done as good as I could have.
So that's a component we could go ahead and probably work on.
Absolutely, I would agree with that.
I think the other thing I heard Board Member Thomas say that this had never come back never come to the board originally to be a program. And so I think we need to make sure that we go back as staff. This is something that we're going to move forward with. We need to make sure that we actually bring it forward, make sure that we actually have something identified, and if we need to meet with the union too, then I think we need to make sure that we go back and we actually
Yeah.
vet that the way it needs to be. So I think there's some other homework that we also need to go do. So I think we've got some homework to do on this one.
Last one, really quick. Will you guys be coming back to talk about Project Connect before you guys decide to cut it? Or will you guys just have?
I was just asked to present tonight.
Okay.
I'm just getting this far.
Yeah.
All right. So I am going to ask that we let Mr. Murphy finish his presentation because he has actually 3 more areas that we need to hear on, and time is running short. So
I feel like we haven't really gotten to a resolution on this, though. I mean, like, is there a possibility of keeping it if the board determines that it's a priority to fund an extra math teacher in order? I mean, math test scores are our lowest ones, right?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't have to be a math teacher, and I think some of the other ways that it can be implemented with, because you don't pull kids out of class to go to the release period that the coordinator of this program has. He or she would be working before school, after school, during PAWS, or, at other times, and I think that could be covered nicely by a stipend. So I, for one, would like to see a plan come back forward that doesn't require a specific person or a specific background for that person, but that would be a stipended position that would support the program.
So I think there's a couple of things I think I'm hearing. I think one, staff would like to be able to come back from the conversation and have a discussion. Quite frankly, I think we need to have a broader discussion with those that are involved. This is also has a very much so a math focus, but you could also maybe take the same ideas and do something with a language arts focus. And maybe we do something different. I don't know if it'll be actually embedded in the day, if it's something that we might do after, but I think we need to come back with some further recommendations. But I think I've heard that you think that there's an importance in the intervention, and we just need to come back with what that model looks like.
Yeah, we
Would that
could
be
have-
fair?
Yeah. We could have multiple intervention stipended positions for it.
Yeah. Let me work with staff, please.
Okay.
all right.
PAWS. PAWS is offered 45 minutes twice weekly. During this time, the goal is for students to catch up on either missing assignments, complete exams, or to receive intervention as well as enrichment, depending on their need. The following illustrates our highlights and challenges. When done well, students are engaged with teacher support and interactions. At this time, the challenges outweigh the original intentions. Specifically, as we focus on improving student achievement coupled with safety, since we need to be more accountable for where students are. So, PAWS is a great program, but it is turned into a study hall, whereas not all students are going to use their time wisely. There are students that do use it time wisely. I've had NTA walk around with me. I've had the district office walk around with me. We've done some observations, and collectively, that's an hour and a half, 45 is an hour and a half? No, it's an hour and a half. Hour and a half. It's an hour and a half of instructional time that's lost. Would I like to bring it back? Sure. But right now, I'm going to go back to this. We're in a reboot. I see this year, we're going through WASC. We're setting up our next 6 years, what we're going to be working at for the next 6 years. I plan to be there as long as you guys will have me. But what I do know is this. I think we need a reboot. I think we need a reset, a restart. And while we've had MOUs with the people I've signed with are back here for the MOUs on it, it's great, but there's been issues where it's not being followed through. And what I'm going to say is if people really, really want this, and I've said this time and time again, we're going to have to come up with a way to make this thing work, because I see that as an hour and a half of time where students are not being instructed, where they're able to let's be honest. Would any of us want to be here tonight? Would any of us want to go to work? Hell no. We'd all be at home. We'd be all doing something somewhere else with a little umbrella somewhere. That's the reality of things. And kids are going to take the easy way out. We want to treat them like adults, and we want them to do those things. But at the end of the day, a friend told me to knock it off, but stop talking. But the reality is, that's an hour and a half time that I think if WASC came in, it'd be concerning. So I'm saying, let it go, and we can always revisit it. Same with block schedule, which is going to be the next slide, as a matter of fact. Next year will be a reboot so that the high school faculty and staff may identify how better we can tighten our program offerings, strengthen pedagogy, ensure student safety. And during next year, I propose placing everything on the table while getting back to basics. Here's my recommendations. Discontinue for now and revamp and identify intervention strategies. Reevaluate the use of the bell schedule. The goal of PAWS is to intervene and provide support for students to graduate. We need to assess our block days and think about how we use our block days, like these days, and how that compares to our regular days. How much more instruction is going on outside of what we traditionally do in a regular 60-minute cycle? As part of a cycle of improvement, here are the key questions for further consideration. To what extent do staff members require ongoing training on the effective use of block days? And how is the current use of PAWS impacting student improvement? And there you have it. So that's, any questions about PAWS? Yes.
So I hear that sometimes PAWS is not being used well by some students, and certainly I see that myself as a teacher in Fremont, where we have Husky period or flex, which seems very similar to PAWS. I do wonder, though, about like how many opportunities for intervention there will be if something like this ceases to exist. Because otherwise it seems like the only opportunities for one-on-one intervention would be brunch and lunch. Otherwise, a teacher is managing a class of 30-plus kids and trying to do individual interventions amidst that. Kids have responsibilities before and after school or extracurriculars, things like that. I understand students aren't always making the wisest choices, but for those that are, who need that extra intervention support, what is the alternative then for next year?
It's about 30% that are actually using the time wisely. And the alternative is we do what we did before there was ever such a pause. I will say the safety issue comes in, and I don't really get into it, but you need to hear it. Of the 1,400 kids that, I'd have Terry right now, she could tell you how many were, they're supposed to enroll into a class every time we have pause. And typically we'll have 800 kids missing, not signed up. Other times it's 300, other times it's 400. And I'll give you two things that we run into. It's like, first of all, it's not like 3 years ago where they wandered around like a roving whatever, and they're not running off campus like there's something free somewhere, someplace else. But I don't know where they're at. But I know they're somewhere in some rooms because they're not wandering around. But the other thing is that when the parents come in and say, hey, I want Johnny, and I don't know where to call you, Johnny didn't check in. Johnny's with Tommy Kumquat someplace, I don't know. And then the parents start getting mad, and it's like, how do you not know where my kid's at? So it does embarrass the front office and stuff. And for safety reasons, that could be a huge liability. But how to fix that, I don't know. But yeah, it's, to me, this is that everything's on the table. Let's rebuild it. Let's go from square one. Let's talk about what direct instruction looks like. Let's talk about what instructional pedagogy should look like. What does constructivism look like? And how are we going to make sure that our instruction is aligned to the assessment? And what does vertical articulation look like? That's, to me, there's a lot of, something I was going to mention earlier. They don't teach, the very basic things that we all had when we went into teaching, they don't teach Harry Wong anymore. Harry Wong is gone. As far as like all the classroom management procedures and such, that's the #1 struggle for new teachers. And we see it. We see it with them. We see it with the subs. To me, this is like, we gotta get to the basics before I can. It reminds me of Judy Cotting's book. I read when I was at SC. It was Judy Cotting's book. It was like something about standards and such. She brought it back to the bare basics at Pasadena High and got them to move forward. So I think it's sort of a regroup. To me, this is a regroup year. Let's get it together. Let's see what we got to do with WASC, and where do we want to be in 6 years? I'm not saying everything's got to go away, but we got to figure out like we got to get our act together.
Would the logistical and safety problems be addressed by making it like more of a homeroom where students could then like get a pass to go meet with the teacher for intervention? Like where there's a designated place that they're supposed to go every day for PAWS rather than like a free-flowing, I make an appointment for whichever teacher I want to meet with? Like if every kid was assigned a teacher for PAWS and then had to get special permission to go elsewhere, would that alleviate some of the concerns while maintaining the benefits?
Unfortunately, Synergy, we've asked for that, like it's automatic, you're assigned to this homeroom teacher, and then from there you can be, at least we know they're somewhere. Synergy doesn't set it up that way. They're like, the whole point is it's supposed to be free, and yeah, and free gets you birds of a feather all over the place.
This is a problem. It's problematic, I think, for the school side and for the administration to be able to really manage what's happening here with it. I do think it needs to be revamped. I mean, I've been over there during the pause sections, and it's not good. Kids are not where they need to be, and they're not really checking in. And maybe the program had really great intentions to begin with, but over the years, it's not working as well as it could work. And I think this is an opportunity for us to come back, take another look at it, also listen to some of the recommendations that might come out of the WASC notations and recommendations that come from the visiting committee, and seeing what else we can do to come back and revamp this.
For PAWS, though, there are a lot of clubs who host meetings during PAWS, which by getting rid of it, what would happen to those clubs? Or like,
I'm willing to look at that with the teachers and come up with a good resolution. Because there's some really good things that go on during pause, and it kills me to do that.
and
But I think working with staff, we can come up with some ways to make that happen. Because here, what you guys don't know is there's times that clubs are meeting when it's supposed to be academic time. The clubs are meeting, they're not all the time, but there's some really awesome things going on. But it is rather sporadic, but yeah, that's something I would say we figure out as a staff.
And then also, like, PAWS also provides, I mean, you guys heard it before, but PAWS really does provide a time where students can catch up on work. They make up tests so they're not behind. Teachers, they don't have to stay after school to wait for students to finish up their tests or like make up tests. So I think that's a really big positive that PAWS does hold, and it's really important to keep that in mind.
Do you want to continue hearing Mike's voice? What we did was we kind of changed so that you can just hear a female voice too. Sure. But he'll be here if there's any questions, all right? We're going to tag team. All right, MCA, otherwise known as Media Communications Academy. What is MCA? The Media Communications Academy is a state-sponsored program that encourages students to demonstrate mastery through non-traditional methods, particularly through using arts, media, and entertainment, otherwise known as AME and CTE standards. When students take the introduction, concentrator, and capstone courses, they automatically are qualified as proficients. They get a proficient certification. This also increases our rating in the college and career dashboard. Next slide. Here are the course title for MCA. You see that it's MCA Media 10, which is the introduction class. MCA Advanced Media 11 is the concentrator class. And the MCA Advanced Media 12 is the capstone. So in our CTE programs, the typical sequence of courses begins with an introductory course and culminates in a capstone experience. What we can also do is combine both the intro class and the concentrator class so that it's because right now the introduction doesn't really count for the 2 years of CTE. And so in the introduction class, it builds upon the foundational knowledge, right, where it lays the groundwork for teaching basic concepts, skills pertinent to the specific career pathway. And it also helps our students understand and make decisions about whether this course or the career is something that they're interested in. The capstone is really about how you apply what you learn, the skills, right? Like everything you want kids to be able to do in a career. And this is a transition to the workforce. Next slide. What you have here is a cohort of our kids. So if you take a look, in the 2022-23 year, when kids enrolled into MCA, there were 50 students. That's in the blue. Do you see that?
Box graphs to the left.
Thanks. And then thanks, Vanna. In 23 to 24, 46 students were enrolled and 33 students were from the 22-23 cohort. So 33 students completed the concentrator. Vale? Good. And then for the MCA senior class of 24-25, 19 completed the capstone and are identified as career ready. Next slide. What you see here, these numbers reflect the students who have demonstrated interest in either enrolling or continuing in this academy for the 25-26 school year. Our staff recommendation are, based on the declining enrollment of the MCA program, here are our recommendations, and it's both. Remember what I said about programs are connected to people, and this is about a discussion. So if MCA program is continued, it is important that we ensure students follow a clear pathway from introductory MCA courses to capstone classes. I just had a meeting with our counselors, our secondary counselors today. Collect data to track increased completion of A through G requirements and CTE program completions. The California dashboard, in order for us to be prepared, means that we take A through G classes, we complete 2 years of CTE, we qualify for the biliteracy seal, right? All those three things have to be true. We're also, if the program is continued, we will review the high DNF rates and assess strategies for improvement and really look at when kids are here, are they passing? If MCA is discontinued, we will continue the CTE pathway through our MV ROP Aloni elective CTEs at the high school, evaluate the impact of this shift on student outcomes, maintain current cohorts while using the upcoming year to redesign and align all pathways, including new ones. And of course, having conversations with our staff.
Additionally, today I had a chance to meet with the high school and with the program lead, and one of the ideas that we talked about is, maybe bringing in project-based learning through the Buck Institute, and being able to actually help and look at like how do those cohorts work together to still be able to tie their projects together so that you have either a math or a language arts component that goes in to go along with the MCA CTE type of the program. So again, another thing that we could possibly do, we could actually leverage some of the funding that we actually get from Perkins or from the CPA program, maybe not from Perkins, but from the CPA program to be able to do some of that work this coming year. And we do have we just received this past week from the Department of Education a letter asking us what is our intent to do for next year with the MCA program. We need to turn that in by the 15th of April to let them know what our intent is, whether or not we're continuing.
Go ahead, Member Hill.
So as a fellow CTE teacher, understand this area, and just some thoughts on this. So at my particular high school, I'm the only business teacher. We're a high school district, so at some of the other high schools, they have sufficient enrollment that they have more than one business teacher. In my situation, though, I'm kind of right on the cusp, and literally we had a discussion with our district office around the pathway, and they were initially wanting to create a capstone course that was going into the community college, but I recommended a different approach, because if you look at what the California Department of Education says about CTE and about pathways, they recognize that in some programs, in some schools and some programs, you don't really have sufficient enrollment to have a three-step pathway. But one of the alternatives, and we've just implemented this, in my situation, you could go to two. In my situation, where in my school, I teach Introduction to Business and I teach International Business, and there wasn't a third step, but the district really wanted to have a capstone, so we made a compromise and we said, we're gonna alternate years, concentrator and capstone. And so, and as I look at your graph here, what I'm wondering is where you really take a dive in enrollment is in the capstone. And what I'm wondering is that if you were to alternate that, would that solve the enrollment problem?
So yes, and maybe at the CTE level, it would solve it. It wouldn't necessarily solve it, though, for the other whole classes that you have. Like, you have to have your core academic classes that go with the CPA program, which is something that you don't have in your current CTE thing. Like your cohort's not required to have its own separate language arts or to have its own separate social science class to go along with it. The CPA program that's designed is supposed to also have a core academic sections that go along with it, and the students that are in that CPA all go through those classes. So when you're small, also in your CTE classes, you're also small in your core academics.
So you're saying that this MCA pathway has other specific course requirements that are outside of the pathway?
Yes, which has made it very, very difficult for us to maintain, especially one with having declining enrollment. And then adding to that, I think, some of the competition with a lot of the other programs that are offered that our students are required to meet mastery on in order to be able to graduate.
But could you just, I mean, I don't know whether the California Department of Education has actually clearly defined, okay, that it's sort of this multivariate pathway. Can you just simply say, here's the 2 or 3 classes in it, and then the other things are just going to be your standard A to G requirements?
Then it becomes a CTE pathway is one of the recommendations that was on there.
Okay.
And basically, we walk away from that funding because that funding says that
Oh,
the
I see.
district's committing to have core academic classes that are pure by the number of students that are actually entered into the MCA Academy.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I looked at the master schedule from last year, and there were some non-MCA students that were put in some of our core courses for MCA.
It's things that could put us into trouble with a program that you're not supposed to do. I realize sometimes it happens if you get a program review. CDE can do everything from asking you to pay
I
back
won't
the
tell.
money or discontinue. Yeah, you know how that goes.
So if my understanding is correct, the class sizes do tend to be smaller based on the numbers here. And then I'm looking at the review of the high D and F grade. Are those grades that students are getting?
There's quite a few Ds and Fs.
So my question is, if those classes are so small, why are we having Ds and Fs when those classes are smaller and there should be more individualized attention for those students? Just a question.
Agreed. Good point. What I do want to, what typically happens is when we get cohorts that come in, 10th grade, 4 or 5 want to peel off. They're like, this is not what I signed up for. I didn't realize it, and they'll get out. By the time they get to 11th grade, the way our system's set up, 11th to 12th are the years that count for the CTE certifications, and they'll start peeling off at 11th grade. The slide that you saw with the bar graphs and such, you started out with a cohort of 50, and it ended with 19. Yeah. And the thing of it is this, and I've talked to Dr. Cliff, I just call him Cliff, the guy from MVROP, great guy. We've been talking about, like, this is something that we're not the only school dealing with this. Irvington had a program, I don't know what it was, but they had something similar, and sometimes there's a lot of restrictions placed on you that restrict you from being able to be a little more free with getting your numbers up. I will tell you this, the fiscal impact for last year, when we kept MCA, we had to bring 3 teachers back. It's a 3 FTE fiscal cost if it's anything like last year. So there's that piece. The other piece is, I've been very clear with Cliff, I've been clear with Vivian, with everybody else. This rebuilding year, we need to get our pathways in order. We need to be taking advantage of RLP, not like really, but I mean, we need to work with those guys and develop, I would argue, a pathway, like, here's our pathways, this is what we do well. The way we're identifying kids for this program, the kids are they come in and it's like, okay, well, you're in Puente, well, where else can I go? Well, there's this. And it's like, that's not the point of it. This is supposed to be a really cool, awesome program where kids can learn in a different way using arts, media, and entertainment, that CTE piece, so that they can show demonstration of mastery and knowledge and all that through this other alternative spectrum. And it's not to the fault of the teachers, it's just how things over time have evolved. And it's unfair, but I'm going to say, what I'm arguing is, we got to get that CTE pathway cleaned up in a way that it's clear, and do that with other pathways. Because ultimately, I think the kids, if it were me, we need to take a real serious look at what kind of pathways could we really entertain at our site with our numbers, working with MVROP and making things work so that the kids are going to walk out there either with a high school, their AP classes, the diploma, or they might, they can come away with this piece as well. Whatever pathway that is. And that's something I've talked with Cliff, like that's something we're going to entertain next year for the reboot. I mean, there's a lot of really cool opportunities out there. That's just, I get excited about it.
All right, are we ready to go to our last topic?
Okay, Apex.
That's me. All right. What is Apex? Apex Learning offers a range of online courses that have been reviewed and approved to meet A through G requirements. As you know, this approval ensures that students using Apex Learning's curriculum can satisfy necessary prerequisites for UC admissions. Here in Newark, we use it for credit recovery. So mainly, so for example, Newark Memorial, Bridgepoint, and previously the adult school, we use it to look at electives, to take world languages, math, social studies, English language arts, and the sciences. Next slide. Our current data shows that we have a total of 160 students accessing Apex. 167 courses are active and accessed. What does that mean? It means that students have logged in and started their course of study. It's really small, I know. So if you take a look, basically the teal blue is the time that kids spend on instruction. The dark blue is the time that they spend on taking the assessment. And I need to figure out what the other is. But what you see also, yeah. All right. And so as you can see, the dark blue is much larger than the teal in terms of instruction. And there may be multiple reasons for this. It could be that because this is credit recovery, kids have already seen the material, so they're moving through it quickly, and they're getting to the assessments. It also could be because they're currently not doing the embedded assessment, the embedded assignment as well, so they're skipping. So between instruction and assessment, it should be at 50-50. Next slide. And so the staff recommendation is here. Staff will receive annual training to define clear goals and expectations for the use of Apex courses within NUSD in alignment with, this is a draft NUSD Apex policy that we created. Principal or admin designee is responsible for the implementation of the program. Mastery-based learning is set to 85% for Newark Memorial High School and 80% for Alt Ed. Incorporate study guides and in-of-course exam for students to use and turn it to ensure mastery of content. That's the embedded assessment assignments that I was talking about. And then students will be limited to a maximum of 2 Apex courses per year. However, there are potential impacts to this decision that we would like board input on.
So my formal training in terms of business is I actually studied about manufacturing and supply chain processes. And one of the things that you're taught when you learn about that is you learn about processes and you learn about creating efficiencies. And they talk about, they use the analogy of a river. And they talk about how when a river is at a very high level, all the boats can just float down and there's no issues. But if you really want to get to efficiency, what you do is you start to lower the river level, and then you start to see the rocks. and so those are the inefficiencies. And by lowering the river level, you can identify those inefficiencies, you can tackle them, and you keep going down and down until pretty soon you've got a super efficient process. So my view on Apex is basically we're keeping the river super high. We're just trying to float as many students through graduation as possible. And quite frankly, I think we're doing a disservice. Because I think that, again, anybody that's been in the classroom knows that having, primarily online instruction is not effective. And quite frankly, even despite the recommendations that you have there, I don't think that it is going to improve actually true academic outcomes and knowledge retention. And also, I think that potentially you're going to continue to have rampant cheating. And so the question I have is, why don't we just rip the Band-Aid off and let's say, okay, let's go back to making sure that kids are in courses taught by a teacher and that we require them to graduate from those courses. We don't have essentially a safety release valve that lets them go into an easier path. Because if we force the students through conventional instruction and we see failures, what that means is we've now identified the rocks. We've now identified the problems, and then we can start working on them. But if we don't do that, if we have a safety release valve, we're never going to get to the root problem of any instructional issues. And quite frankly, the quality of our education is going to be subpar. And so I really think that we ought to look at just getting rid of it. So that's my opinion.
I really appreciate these recommendations. I feel like they're responding to a lot of the issues that have come up regarding Apex. I had a question. One thing that I know that's become more popular as ChatGPT and other easy forms of cheating are becoming common is the use of lockdown browsers to ensure that students can only be on the one tab where the assignment is to prevent those types of things from occurring. I understand the need for something like Apex. I mean, shifting everything back to a teacher and a classroom without any sort of in-between, I think is a pretty dramatic reform that would have major consequences. And I think that if these things are properly normed and if students are actually kind of monitored in the process, it can actually have some value. Certainly, it's not of the same value as core classroom instruction. But having administered these types of programs before in previous jobs, it can serve a function if needed. I'm wondering just about, so in addition to these recommendations, is there some way of locking students' computers and only permitting them to work on it in a lockdown browser under teacher supervision to ensure that no further plagiarism or cheating occurs?
Under this program, unfortunately not. I will say Apex was bought out originally by Plato. I don't know if you ever heard of Plato, but Plato was looked like you're playing Oregon Trail back in the day. It had those kind of graphics. Great curriculum. That was one of your late 90s, early 2000s models. Apex bought it out, used the curriculum, did a great job, but they've not modernized to the demand of what our concerns are.
Actually, they may have, as they've just merged with Edgenuity, so there may be some new tools coming out.
Yeah.
But I think it's a great question. I was going to ask our IT staff, see what we can do, even on our platform.
I
Nancy, had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nancy?
She was first, but I tend to agree with Member Hill that insofar as the high school is concerned, I do not believe that we should be having students that are struggling otherwise to have an after-school program to take Apex on top of everything else they're doing. I think if we do use Apex, it should be with a teacher in the classroom that is a subject matter expert in a summer school or at our continuation high school. I just cannot agree with continuing this program after school.
Okay, my understanding of Apex was that it was like an educational equality things, equity things. So it's like you're able to get credit recovery because originally if you wanted to get credit recovery, you would have to go pay money. But then this Apex allowed you to get credit recovery without having to pay, it kind of allows it to be equal. It allows you to get credit recovery despite what kind of economic class you are. That's the argument that would be made to keep Apex.
The other thing is staff is also continuing to look at some other platforms. One of the ones that we're looking at is one called Subject as well, to see how it compares for its fidelity as well.
Okay. Yeah, I found the slide 41 on the data that with the instruction versus the assessment. That was actually kind of scary to look at, because what that tells me is somebody's just repeating the test over and over and over and over again until they get a good enough score on it, and that's not the point of doing something like this. So if we're looking at minimizing, you can, you get 2 attempts, that's it. Or, but coming up with some way that the instruction and the assessment is definitely no more than 50% each, and I would even prefer to see 60% instruction, and you've got 40% chance of, like reversing what the statistics are there. Because the point is not to keep taking it until you've, either snapped a picture or written down the answers or whatever, but that we have to really, because then what's the point? There is no point. It's basically, it's an Apex cheating program.
So a couple of things we learned. We actually met with Apex and spent some time going back and looking at data over the past few years and how things were set. So let me just share with you some information. Apex was set by our administration many years ago at a 60% level for passing. That means kids only had to have a 60% pass rate. What that meant is that really students could sit there and goof off really in class, which I think has been, shared with us by frustrated teachers here in our district. And basically what they are looking forward to is being able to go take this quick course and then basically just jump ahead and just take assessments until they finally pass an assessment. That's a piece that was kind of sitting out there. So looking at passing rate of being 60% really made us go back and say, like, we don't want this to be the primary way that kids learn. And yet, for many kids, it's become the primary way that they were getting through. And no different than what you just alluded to, Board Member Hill and Board Member Thomas. That's not what our purpose is. Our purpose is to make sure that we have actually prepared students. And a 60% preparation is not preparing. That is a D-. We feel that it needs to be set at a much higher standard. Initially, we're looking at 85% for Newark Memorial High School and 80% for Alt Ed. However, it's actually aligned to the actual course code is what we were talking about this morning. And so it actually has to have the same number for what we're going to actually go off and vet that at if we were going to offer it, whether it's offered either at the alternative school or offered over at the high school. It needs to have the same passing rate for what we would be doing based on that course and the course code that goes with it. But basically, students would have to complete the course. We can set the standard so that they must complete all sections of the course. Again, we don't want students to think that the alternative class is an easier route.
It's like the Cliff Notes.
And really, that's what we have set up here. And so we want kids to know that it's important to get your first instruction, to have those really in-depth conversations, to have the quality lessons that are taught by our teachers, to have those enriched discussions that occur, and to be able to show your work. It's really a part of the whole rites of passage as you work through high school and you demonstrate your abilities. So with that, we recognize that there's things that we can reset. And by the way, it's set to a much higher standard across the majority of high schools throughout California than where we had ours set. So we can definitely set those things and we can make a change. It does meet the A through G requirements so that students can use this, but we also want to make sure 60% doesn't matter if you have A through G. It's not going to help you get yourself in the door to a college if you're only getting a 60% passage, right? A D- is going to get you there when they start looking at your grades when you're applying for colleges. So we want to make sure that the rigor and the standard is really there if we're going to use and call it A through G and make sure that it meets that and that the students have met and demonstrated. So I just want to be able to throw those pieces out there. I was really concerned when I met with the Apex staff. I did appreciate the fact that they went back into history over time and talked to us about the number of courses that were taken, and it's not okay. I don't want this being done on my watch anymore. I can tell you it needs to have more rigor tied to it. It needs to have a higher standard set.
I cheated and I looked at the next page about the summer and I see use Go Guardian, and that was great.
We actually use that currently when the kids are working on quizzes and such. When they do the tests, I'll go through all that, so it'll explain what we're proposing. Yeah. No, that's the gate kid, yeah.
And I think the other thing that ought to be considered, I mean, obviously, I'm old school, and and really think that this is a substandard educational tool. But if we are going to keep it, I think that not only do we need to do things like setting a higher standard for passing, to 80 or 85%, but in addition to that, we really need to have rigorous oversight at the district office, right? So we need to have people, in educational services monitoring this, and I think that also that we should not be using this as a tool to improve our graduation rates, right? If we are becoming a diploma mill, what's the point? And so we should not be thinking about this as a way to increase graduation rates. It is a way to increase mastery. And I think that we need to have an independent, essentially entity monitoring and auditing this on a regular basis.
Actually, it's not on here, but something I would actually recommend is that we actually bring back frequent board reports to you. We could tell you by semester what's happening with this. There's no reason for you not to have a report and for us talking about how many attempts were made, what were the courses, how did students do, what was the passage rate. We should be looking at this, and it's something, if we're going to use an alternative route, it's something that we should be having conversations about, and we should be studying, and no different than the ILT teams at the high schools, both the comprehensive and continuation, should be looking at this as well. This should be a really great discussion because this should be the exception, not the rule. And unfortunately, kids that aren't passing the classes, this has become more their rule and part of what they do in order to be able to get passed and be able to graduate.
And another thing that we haven't been following and that I think is critical is that when we have an APEX course offered, it needs to be monitored by a teacher of record that has the credential in that particular area. And we've been skating around those requirements, and so we will have multiple kids taking multiple classes from one teacher. And the whole concept is that, if a kid doesn't understand something, that they can come and talk to a subject matter expert and get guidance and clarity. But right now, the way that our system is set up, that's not possible. So, if we're talking about implementing this, we need to do it with fidelity. Or no, I shouldn't say implement, but continue.
Agreed.
All right.
One last comment, just really quick. Also, just a recommendation for either Saturday school or something, if APEX continues, for that to be an option, because we do not like to go to Saturday school. And as high school students, that's for a fact. And that could be something that could go ahead and put the students on, on the spot to really think about what is it that we're doing, right? And they're going to go ahead and give more effort to the 85%. So either that or summer school. So
let me add to what you all have been adding thus far and talk about summer school and the reality on our end of it, so that full transparency and such. I hear that you guys are looking at, if you want to keep APEX, I hear that there's the conversation possibly at 2. That's fine. Do know that with summer school, we operate 2 summer schools at the same time. There's Bridgepoint, who has different requirements than does Newark Memorial. Bridgepoint have some free, I've been doing summer school the last couple of years. I've got a little bit of flexibility what I can do with them because they're unique. Also, they don't have the access to APEX as much as the high school kids do. The concern that I have, if we lock down and go straight to the 10, you get 10 units, that's it per year. If that's the route we want to go, that's fine, I get it. The concern I have, and I'll just be up front with it, we're going to get our seniors through this year. The concern is the incoming seniors next year who are currently juniors. Should you go to the 10, you say, hey, we're not doing this what we've been doing, it's going to be 2. It will directly impact a lot of those kids. And my only question, the thing I request is, I mean, it's you guys to think about this, but is with those current juniors who are going to go into senior year, should we change that midstream or changing the goalpost on them as they come up to that next year? The sophomores, the current sophomores and the current freshmen, they're young enough. They can, whatever, they can go with the 10. Whatever happens to them, they can go to Bridgepoint and they can still come back. But the juniors, they go there, they're not coming back for many of them, depending on their circumstances. So that's the one thing I do want to caution on, because you don't want any pitchforks and torches coming this way, but, you know, it is something to really consider, to think about. So, not asking for an answer now, but I'm just tossing it at you. The other thing I bring up, the two things, and I'll say and I'll be quiet, I'm sorry, the two things at Bridgepoint we run into the issues, why Apex is helpful, they have variable credits. They're not earning like 5 units at every shot. They're gonna be half a unit here, a unit and a half there, or a unit and a quarter. That's a nightmare, especially when the kids come to, you gotta add all that up, figure out where they're at. That's where Apex comes in helpful. The other piece is that electives. We don't offer electives during the summer other than PE. It becomes an issue for kids that need electives, particularly SPED students. We do recognize that, want to raise the bar to 85 across the board, get it. Want to include the paperwork piece on that? No problem. My biggest concern is the juniors. The other kids are old enough, they're pardon me.
The quicker we expose the rocks in the river, the quicker we can get a crane to take them out.
Absolutely. And you know what, it's going to set the bar, this is the expectation. And they're going to rise, students will rise to the expectations that you give them. Any other questions, or yours are probably dying hearing us?
So to clarify, we're gonna change it, implement it for the sophomores and not the juniors?
That would be part of the research. If you look back at the slide that asks for, that talks about the APACs, would like to have a discussion with the board and board input. So yeah, there needs to be further discussion as to how that would work. And that would be with staff and with board in terms of maybe we come up with it's 10 moving forward, but for this sophomores on 15, or for the juniors, but coming up with potentially some kind of an option, but looking at how many kids are affected and what kind of units that they need.
I'm for all exposing the rocks in the river, but I also think we should be careful not to jump it on the juniors and they're like, oh no, where am I going to find all these credits all of a sudden in a year?
Joy, I think there's a country music song in that description you just gave.
All right. So are we ready to pretty much conclude the study session at this point? All right, thank you so much. You guys did an awesome job presenting all of that. All right, as we move forward and reconvene into open session, it is 7:44, and we're going to be moving forward. And with that, we are going to start with Pledge of Allegiance. So, Ms. Joy, would you please do the honors?
I'd be honored to. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I don't know if that's East or not.
I do apologize. Our state flag is in the library from our board retreat on Saturday. But, California's important, so. So I appreciate you all participating in that, even though our flag was in the other room. All right.
We actually have a flag out front.
And that's true, and there's a flag out front as well. All right, as we move to the approval of the agenda, I'd like to ask for if anyone would like to pull an item, and if not, then I'd like to have a motion, please.
Yes, actually, staff would like to pull a few items off. We would like to pull 10.3, 10.4, 10.5, and 10.6 from the agenda. We'll be bringing back those at a later date. It's actually missing some information that's necessary. 10.3, 10.4, 10.5, and 10.6.
Okay, so may I have a motion for 10.2, personnel report? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Personnel report is the only thing left on 10.0. So with the approval of the agenda for all sections except 10.3 through 6.
I move.
I second.
Okay. Member Thomas moves and Member Aguiano seconds. Ms. Toya, may we take a vote, please?
Yes. Member Hill? For personnel? For personnel?
Oh, no, this is just an agenda approval, I'm sorry. That was-
Okay. Sorry about that.
That was,
Okay.
you caught,
We pulled items from the personnel report.
Got it.
pulled
Okay.
items from that
Okay.
section.
My apologies. Student Board Member Lee?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
6 ayes.
All right, motion carries with 6 ayes. All right, Member Joy.
Thank you so much. Good evening, board members, executive cabinet, and our beloved New York community. So last week was our HATS Multicultural Week, which took place last week. There were dress-up days, lunch activities, and food fair, with the week finishing with our HATS assembly and our night rally. Thank you to community members who were able to make it, and I hope you guys really enjoyed the performance. We had a total of over 100 students performing, with many students actually performing in several different clubs. We had clubs like MECHA, Filipino Student Union, Tahitian, Vietnamese Student Union, Black Student Union who performed. Thank you to all the community members who were able to attend once again, and shout out to Harnor and Kaylee, as well as Ms. Canales, who were able to plan this amazing event. The Puente Club at the high school collaborated with the Urban Forest Friends to help beautify our city by planting trees on March 8th at Matthews Landing Park. With 55 volunteers, we were able to plant 20 trees in total. And then also today at the Interact, there was a Rotary speech contest, and our students were able to go and present a speech. Do you know who won?
No, I was not
No,
able
you
to
weren't there.
vote.
Okay, yeah. And so for our upcoming events, our Newark Memorial High School drama presents Blithe Spirit by Noel Coward, directed by Grant Ewing. There are 3 shows that will be available to come and watch: Friday, March 28th, Saturday, March 29th, each at 7 p.m., Sunday on March 20th at 2 p.m. It will be at the New York Memorial Theater, and tickets are on sale, so please go and buy. They're available at the door and online. And like we've been talking about, WASC will be also arriving soon, so the students at New York Memorial High School are also getting ready because Principal Murphy is talking about it a lot. And moving on, this year's prom theme is the Midnight Gala, and it'll be held at the San Francisco Exploratorium on April 5th from 7 to 11 p.m. Students are very excited to go. Next, Cougar Olympics, a fierce competition between our classes, will be held from April 7th to April 11th. Each day during lunchtime, classes will be going against each other in sports like bubble soccer, basketball. Lastly, the New York Memorial Cougars will take on their rivals, the James Logan Colts, in a game at the iconic San Francisco Oracle Park. This game will occur on Saturday, April 12th at noon. The Cougars currently have a goal to reach 1,000 tickets. The minimum price for a ticket will be $25, but it also includes a complimentary ticket to one high school game on April 12th, and a ticket to watch the San Francisco Giants at any of their home games. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our Cougars baseball, so please, I urge you guys to consider buying tickets on GoFan to have an unforgettable time. Thank you so much for listening.
All right, thank you so much. Let's see, we have employee organizations, NTA.
two speakers, another one with me, so I'll go first, and then Mark Simon will follow up. All right, in regards to the items that were pulled from the agenda, thank you for doing that and getting that correction made. But in the spirit of that same topic around negotiations and compensation, our NTA members, and also I'm going to include our CSEA brothers and sisters, are the backbone of the school district. I mean, no disrespect when I say it, but you guys are not the backbone of our district. Again, no disrespect, but our executive cabinet is not the backbone of our district. We are the ones that have and continue to keep what's left of this district together. And while you've heard me say this in previous messages, I'm going to say it every chance that I get, that the chaos that continues to come out of this district office, we are the ones that keep it away from our sites and our students. Our members, we don't get the option to work from home 1 or twice a week if our boss approves it. We haven't been extended an invitation to start our holiday vacation early on the Friday before vacation if we wanted to. We write, or you write into our district goals year after year, attract and retain quality teachers, and then do nothing. It's words, just words. I know that when I'm evaluated, and if I write down my professional growth goals and do nothing, my overall evaluation will be not effective. And then I'll be put into advisory. And if I do it again, make a goal in that and do nothing. Now, not only is it not effective, but no longer a teacher in this district. That's what you're doing, year after year. You know, having competitive salaries is not just going to allow our members to live here and put food on our table. It's going to send a message to our people, your employees, that we see you, we recognize the work that you do, and we're willing to support you. That's what that's going to do. So our executive cabinet salaries, when we ratified and you guys approved the contract in 2023, early 2023, the salaries for the positions in our executive cabinet, since then till now, have increased by 6% since then. That's on top of the 16% that they got too, those positions, not you, the positions. So these positions are getting salary increases on top of the 16, but not your employees, our people. We're not getting that. So, you know, when it comes to where our priorities are, where our district goals are, investing in your employees, that should be the goal. Not iReady, not a new curriculum, your teachers.
Good evening once again, board and district staff. 2 days ago, I was made aware of a rather disturbing piece of information. The superintendent is asking the school board to vote for no additional compensation for NTA for this 2024-2025 school year tonight. I know that item was removed, but I'm deeply disturbed. When our current contract was negotiated 3 years ago, the district and NTA agreed to reopen negotiation for this year's salary. We did this in good faith that the district would follow through on its obligations to negotiate with us. Over the past 2 years, there's been so much staff turnover at the district office that the district cannot effectively negotiate with the teachers' union. The union has repeatedly tried to negotiate with the district to no avail. Once again, the teachers and community are bearing the cost of the district's ineptitude. In my 11 years as a teacher at Newark Memorial High School, I've had 5 different superintendents and over 12 principals. The district staff comes and goes, administrators come and go, but Newark teachers remain year after year because we are dedicated to this community. Many Newark teachers are products of Newark schools. Many Newark teachers live in Newark as well. Newark teachers are part of the very fabric of this community. Newark teachers are the district's greatest asset. It's not programs, not technology, and not professional development. I love Newark, and I want to spend the rest of my teaching career in Newark, and I want to continue living in Newark, but I can barely afford to live here. My wife is a teacher in Fremont, and while they get paid more than Newark teachers, it's not much more. Neither one of us receives health benefits, so we are one medical disaster from being in dire straits. Every extra dollar we get is necessary for us to continue living in the community we love. So much so that I work summer school and teach 6/5 to make ends meet. The superintendent and school board's decision tonight regarding teacher salary is not just affecting teachers, it's affecting an entire community. And when the district staff inevitably ends up getting new, higher paying jobs in bigger district, it's the Newark teachers who are left behind to pick up the pieces caused by an inept school district. It's a cycle that repeats every few years with this district. This vote sets a dangerous precedent in which the district can feign ineptitude to get out of negotiating with the teachers' union. Your decision today will affect future generations of teachers and students in Newark. We already have far too many long-term substitutes and emergency credentials in this district because we are dysfunctional and low paying. In the most recent senior exit survey at Newark Memorial, several students mentioned they want actual teachers, not substitutes. And if you fail to fairly compensate teachers in Newark, you will continue to lose highly qualified teachers to higher paying districts like Fremont Unified and New Haven. Do you really want this? And if you think NTA is going to lay down without fighting for fair compensation, we have not yet begun to fight. We will organize, we will stand up for what's right, and we will make sure this community gets the absolute best. Thank you.
Could I just ask a clarifying question? And that is, so I understand that when we talk about labor negotiations, that's a closed session item. But I keep hearing, issues about like, well, we're not setting dates and that kind of thing. And I just want to kind of understand, so do we have specific dates to sit down and talk with our various unions?
Just this week, we have started to get some dates on the calendar for NTA. We're ready when they're ready.
Great, thank you.
Marcus's, his words, they reminded me of 5 of our teachers. Craig Ashmore, Yvette Haley, Hilda Aguilar, Tom Collette, Tricia Lemler. Those are our top 5 teachers on our seniority list. Our salary schedule goes to 25 years. So for the last 5 years, those teachers haven't been getting a salary increase at all. And pretty soon, the next section of our the rest of our first page of our seniority list won't be they'll hit the bottom of the salary schedule. So their salary will not see an increase, but they're still here. So to those 5 teachers, thank you. You should thank them too.
CSEA, please. NUMA.
Good evening, President Jones, members of the board, and executive cabinet. My name is Jody, and I'm here on behalf of NUMA. Tonight, NUMA is excited to extend our congratulations to the Newark Unified School District NUMA Administrator of the Year awardees for 24-25. We're so proud of each and every one of them. The Elementary Principal of the Year is Amanda Golyer. The Secondary Co-Administrator of the Year, Rachel Kahoali'i. Central Office Administrator of the Year, Leonore Rubasora. Confidential Employee of the Year, Mandy Pim. And our Classified Manager of the Year, Ashley Acosta. We have submitted our nomination packets to those in the AXA Region 6 for a regional level award. So cross your fingers, we still haven't heard. We will honor our award winners at our next NUMA chapter meeting on Thursday, March 20th, and we look forward to seeing our fellow NUMA members to help us celebrate. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, as we move on to public comment, we have. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, I just said we were moving on to public comment. I'm sorry.
I think he wanted the time the agenda item was presented, I think is what he's asking for. He wants to speak on 6.1, which is employee organizations.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm following you here.
Okay, yeah, you would come under the non-agenda, no, that is an agenda item, so that's why it got put in the pile for agenda items. But if you want to speak now, that's fine.
Because, citizens have the right to speak on any.
No, I was just holding,
No, I got it.
I was following my protocol. Thank you.
Yeah, so employee organizations or, they're advocates for employees. Not everybody is able to negotiate a contract with a private lawyer to say, I want $200,000 or $300,000 or $400,000. And the whole idea is that we have organizations that take care of our teachers and also take care of staff. So the first thing you need to do is to respect those organizations. You can negotiate as tough as you want, but you need to respect those organizations. As is already mentioned, the teachers and staff, they're the backbone of our organization. So when I see that a salary schedule is put on the agenda while you're in the middle of negotiations, that's just crazy. And I just wonder, who came up with this? In the middle of negotiations, you're saying we're not going to give raises. And, these are retroactive potential raises. Now, the board is responsible for the agenda. You can't say, well, somebody made me do it. The board is responsible. And in particular, the president and vice president. I don't know what went wrong. Maybe the president and the vice president thought it was a good idea. I don't want to speak for them. But this is outrageous. When you're negotiating with somebody, you need to be truthful and honest. And you can't just play these kind of games. This is really a game in my mind. And, I'm glad it's removed from the agenda, but I think the district ought to apologize to the labor negotiations, including the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could we ask for clarification from the superintendent?
Do you want to make a clarification as to why?
I do. Thank you for the opportunity just to be able to give a clarification. I think the purpose of the salary schedule is a little different than what's been portrayed here. And so first of all, I do want to apologize that there was a miscommunication on it. But the purpose is that we are supposed to list our salary schedule. It's something that's required to be on our website. And currently the one that's sitting up there is from last year. This is a salary that we've been paying people off of. With that said, we also recognize that it was missing, that it should have had an asterisk that said that currently we're currently going through negotiations, and I apologize that that bullet was missing. But the purpose of the salary schedule is to have it up there. It's actually something that's used by STRS and PERS to ensure that we actually have our salaries there and that they're aligned. We recently went through an audit with both PERS and STRS where they looked at that, and that was one of the things that they asked us to make sure that we made sure that that got put up there. But it was missing an asterisk that said that pending negotiations for 23-24, the salary schedule was subject to change. That's our error. We pulled it down. It was meant with good intentions.
Thank you. Let's see, 7.1, which is non-agenda items. Arceli Loza?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Araceli Loza. I'm a district employee for 24 years. I'm a newer resident. My husband and I, we own 5 rent single family homes. My kids, I have 3 children. They went to newer schools, all of them. My first one went to Stanford University. My second one went to UC Santa Cruz. My third one is in the middle school. Last, 2-3 years ago, board members take away math, a band class from middle school. That affects my daughter. Now I see all these changes that you want to make at the high school. My daughter is going to high school next year. That will affect my daughter again. Last Monday, I called the middle school to find out when promotion will be for middle school. They don't have date yet. Schedules get in advance. This time of the year, you don't have the date for promotion. 2 months in 1 week, and you don't have the date yet or the place for the middle school promotion. As an employee, see your schedule. They say food service can make $16.60 an hour. California said 17 plus minimum wage. I watch every single board meeting for 24 years. Maybe my English is not the best, but this is not fair for employees that we dedicate a slide for you guys. And I'm still waiting for my email from Mr. Quintana about my health insurance benefits clarification from December. And update for my schedules. And I hear for President Kat Jones, that one custodian is not doing her job. And I want a clarification in that too, because we hire many custodians. This is not fair for us. And you spend a lot of time talking about custodians, more than thinking about how you can cut custodians and implement, or how you can accommodate 2 setups a day in elementary schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Diaz-Mendola?
Good evening, Interim Superintendent Vicar, Executive Cabinet, Board members, and Student Member Lee. My name is Maria Diaz-Mendola, and I am one of the software support specialists that is in charge of our student information systems and CalPads. I'm here again tonight to address the board regarding my position, which was brought before you on February 18th to be laid off. I received my pink slip on Thursday, March 13th. I would like to respectfully remind you of the California Education Code 45308, which states the following: classified employees may be laid off due to lack of work or lack of funds. These are the only 2 reasons that classified staff can be reduced. Nowhere in this ed code does it say you can lay off classified employees and take that work to create a management position. The fact that the district wishes to create a new position confirms the need for my position. I strongly encourage the board to reconsider taking this action, as it will be in direct violation of ed code. I care deeply about the students, staff, and community of Newark Unified School District. I would greatly appreciate it if you would take the time to reconsider the decision to lay off my position, as it is very much needed at NUSD. Thank you.
Thank you. Robin Calvato?
Glad to see I have the timer this time. Dear board members, great to see you all here tonight. Thank you for having me speak. My name is Robin Calvada, and I'm a homeowner in Newark, a teacher, and a parent of 3 children. My husband and I both work for Newark Unified. It was brought to my attention last week that my son, who is a junior at Newark Memorial High School, was informed that he may not have a math class to take next year. Our administrative staff feels they should not offer a class and pay someone to teach Calculus BC because the class does not have 25 students. Calculus BC is the only math course my son can take as a senior, as he is currently taking Calculus AB with Ms. Carr, and he is currently enrolled in a second math course, AP Stats, with Mr. Hacker. The 2024-25 Calculus BC class has 17 students in it this year. 17, not 25. My daughter took the same class last year, 23-24, with 21 students, and this is projected number of students for my son's class next year. My eldest son took this math class in 2022, and there were 23 students in the Calculus BC class. Again, not 25 students. All 3 of my children worked very hard while attending Newark schools, and we chose to stay in this district because of advanced placement courses offered at the high school, along with fabulous teachers. Our district cannot water down the math curriculum and expect families to stay or have new families enroll their children if you cannot offer higher level coursework like our surrounding districts. For students applying to colleges and universities, they expect students who take 4 years of math and beyond in most cases. Most districts in Fremont offer Calculus BC, and after that, they offer multivariable calculus and linear algebra. We cannot have our students taking 3 years of math, and I believe that they can get into difficult fields such as math and science, engineering, medicine with 3 years of high school math. We will be unable to send our students to Cal States, UCs, and private schools if we do not provide them with 4 years of math instruction. The bigger question we need to ask ourselves is, why do we not have more students entering advanced math classes? It is not a question to ask our high school math teachers. It's too late by then. Our middle school math teachers, same thing. We need to start much earlier looking at our math curriculum and our instruction in TK5. We need to have a strong math foundation and a early learning start in these early grades with good practice and daily homework. Daily homework. Students must have rigorous instruction in all content areas to become competent, and daily practice is pertinent. Instruction needs to take place all day in the classroom, and students need to be fully engaged. Thank you for your time, and thank you for making the best decision for our students.
Thank you. Mr. New?
Thank you for that talk. Thank you so much. Yeah, unfortunately, in California, there are people who want to dumb down math intentionally for political reasons. It happens, folks. What I want to talk about is these workshops and in specific time management. So I see we have this new clock with this little bell. Maybe we should do the same thing for the board. So when you have a workshop for 1.5 hours, the little bell should go, and then the meeting should start at 7 o'clock. It's disrespectful to the public. The public part of the meeting should start at 7 o'clock, period. It can be 5 minutes later, but not 45 minutes, or as in the last meeting where we started at 9:15. So please, time management, or get a little bell and get it sorted out. In addition, when you have a workshop, that should be a friendly discussion. And I don't know what's going on. I really felt, and I don't blame anybody, but I really felt that some people presented their programs in defense. And that's not the way a workshop should work. A workshop should be about, what are the programs about? What are the pros and the cons of the program? It's not about something being on the chopping block, if you will. If the board in the future decides, and they have that prerogative, to chop programs, the workshop is not the time to discuss that. The workshop is to get information, to understand what the programs do, the way things are measured, asking questions. So I felt it was very forced. I think a lot of people felt being very defensive for reasons that, they felt that maybe something was in jeopardy. And that's just not a good way to do a workshop. So in the future, do workshops where it's a discussion about understanding what these programs are. And if you want to make political decisions later, that's something for later, but not for the workshop. Thank you.
Sue Eustace?
Good evening. I'm Sue Eustace, and in case you don't know who I am, I've been in the school district for 46 years in one capacity or another. But I'm here tonight to speak to you as the TICO teacher in the adult ed department. I came to the special ed department when Greg Clark brought TICO to the adult ed department. I came over and started working with him. And within 6 months, he decided to move to Alabama. And so I ended up taking it over. Prior to that, I ran your warehouse. I retired in 2010. And so I've been as a classified employee for 32 years. I'm now 23 years as a TICO teacher. So we have a wonderful program that teaches Japanese drumming. That's what TICO is. We also not only study the art of playing taiko, but we teach the history of taiko and about Japan and how taiko is an integral part of every community that they are in. So Waidaiko Newark is the performing name for the students who perform, who want to perform. So I thought I would come to you tonight and let you know kind of where they're going to be performing. They are going to be performing at the Newark, it's the Newark Education Foundation event at Newark Memorial High School. They're going to be on the outdoor stage April 12th at 1 p.m. We also will be performing at Fremont Creates on Sunday, April 27th. I don't have a time. I just know that we have a spot and it'll be somewhere between 11 and 3:30. And that will be at their event center. I believe it's on State and Capitol. On May 25th, we will be performing at the San Ramon Art and Wind Festival. This is our third year doing that. It's a wonderful event. We'll be on the main stage, and we're going to be performing from 11 to 11:45. Now, we just don't perform, but we also go into the schools, the elementary schools. We started this year at Kennedy. We did an assembly there first for them, and then my husband went back in and he did a drumming class with every class there. It took him 3 days to do it, but he certainly enjoyed himself. We've been in contact with Coyote Hills. Oh, sorry. Okay, I will give up. Sorry. Do you want me to finish? It's almost done.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we're hoping to get into every single elementary school here in Newark. And so I do an hour program at Lincoln Elementary. And I only have 4 students, but I'm going to tell you, they are amazing. And there is a little 9-year-old that I think we've been doing it 3 or 4 months, and he can write music. So, but if you haven't seen us, come out and see us. We're a lot of fun, and taiko is wonderful for your whole community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, as we move to public comment on agenda items. I have, let's see, Carrie Knoop, Marcus Landon, Kieran Pimentel, and those are the speakers. Do you wish to speak now or at the time of the agenda item? Agenda item? Marcus?
No, because it was removed.
Okay, and Kieran?
Yes, I would.
Now or at the time of the?
Now, please.
Okay,
Despite its removal.
no problem.
Thank you. Good evening, board and community. I do understand 10.4 was removed, but I would like to say something briefly on this topic. My name is Kieran Permal. I've been a teacher at Newark Memorial for the past 7 years. As people have said, it was disconcerting to see the district suggest that we were not going to be getting a raise this year after saying that they would discuss additional compensation back in 2023 when our contract was last signed. For the past year and a half, 2 years, as the interim superintendent, Tracy Vicar, has been here, board meeting after board meeting, she has mentioned how Newark's teachers and staff are not compensated well compared to their peers in the Bay Area. Board meeting in and out, interim superintendent Tracy Vicar has said that this district spends around between 70 and 75% of its budget on its staff, whereas most districts in the area spend 85 to 90% of their budget on staff. It was disconcerting to see that vote, even as an accident, suggesting that you would not be including or increasing that budget, and that for the past 2 years, this district has not been able to successfully have regular negotiations for this additional compensation. Since I've heard the district acknowledge that this needs to be addressed, I would like to make sure that they take that and sincerely act on it in the ensuing weeks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are moving on now to the staff reports on the Milwaukee Forest Project at Schilling.
I'm going to turn this over to Assistant Superintendent Karen Allard to introduce the topic.
Thank you. I'm excited to share a wonderful opportunity at Schilling Elementary to engage students, parents, teachers, and the community in the planting of a special forest. I'd like to invite Neelam Patel, a Schilling Elementary science teacher, to share information and provide background information, as well as our Director of MOT to answer any questions on the facilities side that may come based on the presentation.
And just real quickly, with us this evening, who's not with us this evening is Eduardo Guino. He's been out ill, and so he will be joining us hopefully soon once he feels better. But I do want to thank the presentation here for this evening.
Thank you. Thank you for listening to this board. My name is Neelam Patil. I'm a science teacher at Schilling Elementary School, and I also received an award in Time Magazine for Teacher of the Year for my work. So the award was because I teach children that they can do something to stop climate change. And so since receiving that award and because of my work in Berkeley, I started a nonprofit, and I was also sort of recruited to the position here at Schilling to continue on, and very excited to share this report with you. We're very excited to plant our very first STEM micro-learning forest at Schilling Elementary. So you can go to the next slide. So here is a before and after photo. You can see there is a water-guzzling lawn on the left side, and on the right side is our Milwaukee forest. Milwaukee forests, they originate the methodology originates in Japan. However, the plants are very local based. And so one of the benefits that the district can expect is decreased costs in maintenance, so they don't have to mow the lawn in this area that we're going to be planting, and they also don't have to water it after just 18 months. And so this is the 18-month-old forest at King Middle School in Berkeley, California. Next slide. So why Miyawaki Forest? You know, I usually read that blurb, but I I can't read it. It's too far away from me, and I'm getting old. But it basically says that, you know, I'm so excited to include this solution as a science teacher in my curriculum, because we mostly just are watching and we're feeling so powerless as we're having so many fires in California, and the LA fires are a testament of that. So this is a solution that children and youth and the community can get behind, and it's a real active action that we can take. Next. Next slide. Okay, so you can see the before and after photos. Planting day, and just 1 year later. So this, we're going to explain the Miyawaki method. Next slide. Okay, so this is a video. Can we play the video? You can get a sense of what it is like for planting day. Okay, so we may not be able to play the video. We can go to the next slide. So here are the learning opportunities. You can see the students are getting to gather data in the forests. They're tracking the growth, also the social emotional wellness factor, exposing students to nature every day. So typically when we want to de-stress, we say, go take a breath of fresh air in the forest. And you have to drive like 2 or 3 hours to get into nature. Well, what if nature was right with you when you go to school? There's a little dose of nature right there. And there's also all native plants in this forest. So we like to teach the students about the significance, the cultural, social, and medicinal significance of these forests, as well as expose them to indigenous land stewardship values. Next slide. So the benefits of the school, like I mentioned before, you can replace the lawn or a blacktop with drought-tolerant native plants. You can also address the urban heat island effect with a cooling microclimate, and you can boost physical and mental health. So we have gathered data which shows that when you plant these forests, it actually cools the climate in that area, and heat is another pressing issue upon us. Next slide. So here are some potential layouts at schools, and the goal is, and I want to acknowledge Leonore, she's still here. Leonore and I started this conversation a few years ago, and the goal is to bring these forests to all of the elementary schools, and preferably all of the schools in Newark who have this. So here are potential layouts. You can have little polka dots if you want to cut out some asphalt, or a linear forest to create shade on a playground. You can create a stabilizing for a eroding embankment, or a large space with the white area, the upper left corner would be a pathway, and then a large seating area inside, so like an outdoor classroom in a forest. Next slide. And here's a sample of some of the curriculum I've developed around the Miyawaki Forest. As you can see, it's a growth tracker, and we also have biodiversity trackers. Next slide. I think that's it. Yeah.
Do you mind also just sharing how this is through a donation project at no cost to the
I have
district?
raised already $5,500 towards this project. And this funder is also excited to give us another $5,000 next year. And we're also going to continue to fundraise for the project at Schilling.
Questions? Member Hill?
Oh, right. So Leonore is telling me to talk about, so we will be having a planting day where we'll invite the community members. We'll have a ceremony, and we can invite the press. These planting days do tend to become high profile. People want to hear good news. And we'd also invite community leaders and indigenous tribal leaders to bless the planting as well. And the parents. And I also want to acknowledge there are some parents here. Do you want to stand up? The parents who came out to support this. They've been waiting for over an hour to hear this speak.
Great. Thank you for the great presentation, and I think it's a very innovative idea, so thank you. Can you talk a little bit, though, about there could potentially be some competing interests, and how can we balance these? And so I can see that certainly this would be very appropriate in some kind of most strips and areas which are really not usable, but want to make sure also that, you know, there field space for people to use for various recreational activities, you know, there's a high demand for that, and want to make sure that we kind of balance that as well. Can you talk a little bit about how you're approaching that?
So I've been taking guidance from Travis and Karen on that.
Yes, so we've been working directly with the sites, and we've done a site walk of Schilling and looked at some potential areas that are not being utilized right now. Currently, the most popular area that we're looking at for Schilling is on the field itself, but it's up against the fence line and doesn't get utilized currently. So we are taking that into factor.
And also, currently, the students have to play, and they're completely exposed to Thornton Boulevard, so this would create a nature barrier for them.
So you would still have field space? It's just, okay, great. Okay, thank you.
I was actually hoping that you were going to say it was going to be on Thornton there, because that would be a really nice place to be able to put that and create that block. Yes.
I just wanted to say congratulations, being a Teacher of the Year, being recognized for something that's so amazing to have. I like the idea. I really appreciate the different areas that you work with and the schools are one of the areas, as you know, our schools, we have so much potential. We have a lot of green, but a lot of dry. And we want to make sure that we address those areas. That's correct. Many of them do lie next to a creek, so that would be something that we could go ahead and look into. But just the forest itself, how big does it grow? And does it need maintenance to really, you know, keep it at a
That's a great
at a good level?
question that I get all the time. So the answer is the best maintenance is no maintenance for this. And these are all native plants, so they're drought tolerant. And they grow up rather than out because the Miyawaki method creates competition by doing a dense planting. And then you don't have to have leaf blowers or things like that because you're creating a self-sustaining ecosystem where the leaves become nutrition for the soil. Did I answer all your questions?
Yes, you did. But just going up high, how high did?
Well, it would be whatever height the canopy trees are. So like maybe 80 feet or something.
Okay.
Yeah. Just what the normal height of a tree.
The idea is wonderful. Thank you so much. It's really refreshing to hear about this really cool idea, and I know Schilling students will benefit from it a lot. Thank you so much.
Especially with all the budget talks, I thought, you know, this is at least one good thing. We're going to save some money on the maintenance costs and the water bill. We'd also like to track that, so we'll work with Travis to track how that is impacted, and we can use that as data.
That's great.
This is a great idea. Congratulations. The Rotary is accepting proposals. The deadline is April 1st. If you want to apply.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
good idea.
So it's newarkrotary.org,
Okay.
and you can click on the application.
Yeah, so this is definitely going to be a community effort to fundraise. We've gotten some good seed money and no pun intended. We are going to continue fundraising within our community, and this is not just for the Schilling community, it's for every being on earth.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
All right. New business. Carrie Knoop wanted to speak on 9.1.
Hello again. So great initiative. Technology infrastructure is something that is absolutely necessary, and according to ChatGPT, it's a good deal. So I guess it's a good deal. But the only thing, and this is the issue, we want to use E-rate money for this. Basically, we want to use the general fund for this. This is perfect for the bond. It's infrastructure, you can use it for the bond, and this is so much more a reason that we need to prioritize. You're either going to have a town hall session or you're going to have a workshop, but we need the community, we need the teachers, we need the students of the middle and high school, we need staff, we need the community to talk about what they feel we should do with the bond. Ultimately, it's the board's decision, but we want to get that process going. We're waiting too long. So here you have another example where we could dedicate this to the bond, but we're not ready. So I would say hold up on this if we can, and put this on the bond and use the E-rate money for something else. I'm sure we can find something else with this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I will pass it off to you.
Great. I'm looking forward to having Ms. Jenny Pinafore come up and present on this item. This is our E-rate network internet switches and uninterruptible power supplies upgrade. Can't get all that out. And we do have a brief presentation to share with the board. We'll try to bring some clarity. And I don't disagree with the prior speaker. This is appropriate for some of the bond funding that we can do. It's something that you can earmark later if that's what you choose to do. And maybe a good use of our money. It's a good use of hopefully some of the money. It's going to go towards technology.
So I'll, is this on?
Push it up.
So I'll be presenting this for Jenny Lee. She'll be standing by for any questions that might come up or clarifications for this topic here. So our E-rate, if we can put it up there, this E-rate. Yes, ma'am. So our E-rate is coming into a 5-year proposal. It's 5 of 5 that we're looking at here for some deadlines. And so that's why we want to bring this presentation before the board for consideration of this presentation with not only with our ACOE, AT&T agreement, our MOU with Alameda County Office of Education, but as well as with AT&T, as well as looking, which is category 1. There's 2 categories here for our E-rate, but category 2 is going into our infrastructure, structures, switches. In this case, it's going into batteries as well. So in our 2025, thank you, appreciate it. Category 1 continues basically with our internet services and Ethernet, phone services with ACOE and AT&T. Category 2 is upgrades for network switches, MDFs, IDFs, if possible, end-of-life UPSs. And so next slide. It goes into what are Category 1? It's for our data transmission services and internet access. Category 2 is for our internal connections and our managed broadband services and our basic maintenance internal connections. NUSD receives 60% discount for eligible goods and services, and the district or vendor can be reimbursed by USAC at the time of billing. Next slide, please. So in our district needs here are in 2023, our IT department upgraded its Wi-Fi access points through ROCUS and HP Aruba, but there are definitely hundreds of access points out there that we do need upgrading our systems, our modules out there, some that would allow higher voltage, higher wattage. And so each UPS and each MDF closet or IDF have been upgraded. Some have been upgraded, but it does not meet the needs of the power that they're actually consuming. So in this presentation, we wanted to bring up these needs for our battery backups. Battery backups, once again, they do assist for up to 60 minutes, sometimes a little bit more, sometimes a little less, depending on what's connected to it, like the fire alarm, intrusion alarm, and emergency lights on the campuses. So And sometimes it's just the intrusion and the fire alarm to allow the district employees to go out there and reset this. Next slide. Our proposed solution is to upgrade 209 switches to the HP Aruba 6200 or equivalent, and to replace up to 90 of these backup battery packs, and continue the internet access with AT&T and ACOE net services. Category 1, yes, did you want to say something?
You want me to take over? Do you want me to jump into the specifics
ma'am,
from here if
please.
you'd like? Just save your voice a little.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, board. Thank you for having me. So jumping in from where Jose left off, we do have the specific proposals that we received since I was last up here a couple weeks ago. There are 2 proposals for both products. So we have 2 proposals for the switches. They are actually both HP Aruba. Let me get to that slide real quick. Yeah, let's go here. So the two switches are both for Aruba. They are a big difference in price. They're about $1 million apart, but they're both for the same product. So it's kind of an easy call which one to go with. One is from CDW, the other one is from AMS. And so that's, again, it's kind of an easy call. It's $1 million difference for the same exact product. The UPS product, let me go here. We also have 2 bids for this. One is from DGI for a product from N1C, and the other one from CDW is for a battery backup from Vertiv. Our recommendation for this product is the one from CDW. It is coming in at $350,067. And our rationale for recommending the higher of the 2 products, DGI is coming in at $258,114, is that we already have a relationship with CDW for one. DGI would be a brand new vendor. We're not familiar with that product at all. We've done our research, of course, but we don't have any experience with the physical hardware. We do have the Vertiv hardware that CDW is recommending already used in our MDFs here. So that's kind of our rationale, not just the experience, but also to manage the entire system. It would all be on one software, so it's a little easier to manage one versus having everything else at all the sites be an N1C product.
Generally, can you explain what happens with this power supply, like why it's important?
Sure. So it's really just a quick battery backup. So it's not meant to sustain our equipment. It's not meant to be like a generator where it kicks in and lets us run for a while, like in a hospital, services keep running. For this, we are only expecting about 10 minutes of run times to allow us to either keep basic services on. Our anticipated need is that it's going to keep our phone services on and then allow us to perform a graceful shutdown so our equipment doesn't get fried in the instance of a power outage. And then after 10 minutes, they would lose their battery, and hopefully we've gotten to everything, which would be much simpler if it was all in one system. We'd be able to shut everything down and then save our equipment so that it doesn't get damaged in the event of an outage.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So my hope today is that we can decide how we want to use the rest of our E-rate funds. So Mr. Knoop was correct in saying that, yes, we should use, if the time is right, that we should use bond money for the excess of this project, but E-rate funding is one time, and we have up until March 26th to decide if we're going to use it. So that $453,000 and change has to be used, or we're going to just lose it for this funding year. So basically, before you are, I don't have the numbers on the slides, but in board docs are all the contracts. So the switch project that we're recommending is the CDW at $1.5 million, and the CDW for the switches at $350,000. So what that looks like, having only $453,000 and change, I'll just go to that very first slide with the dollar amount. So what that looks like is
whoever we go into contract with, USAC will pay 60% of the total. Let's just say it's $1 million. USAC would pay 60% of that million using our E-rate funding. So they can approve us to up to that $453,000, and then they would cover the 60% of that. If we did the UPSs at $350,000, we would be left over with $100,000 that we could apply to the switches. And then because it's way over our allotment, obviously, we would be paying installments to the vendor that we select over the next 6 years, basically, because it would be this year, year 5, and then for the next 5 years of E-rate funding with that anticipated $900,000. So we're spending more money before we have it, or we're doing installments. But again, that's going to be interest-free. It's not a loan. It's just installment payments. So it really depends on how we want to, if we want to anticipate that, if we want to spend our money like that, and if this is a project that we want to fund now before we have our plans for general or bond. So, what questions can I answer?
Member Hill.
So thank you, Ms. Penaflor, and I know you put work into this. The concern that I have, right, it's the old saying of haste makes waste. And I think that the challenge, right, is that, and I've been complaining about this for a number of years in our district, where there's money, quote unquote, free money available. And so we start to then try to figure out, well, what are projects that we can develop that can take advantage of this free money? And so we've got this E-rate money that's hanging out there, right, that $453,000. But then when we put the project together, it's $2.4 million. And it's unclear exactly where that's going to come from, but some of it's potentially going to come from the general fund. Or we don't know, and that's not a good plan. And, you know, and my sense is, and prior to me becoming a teacher, I spent 17 years essentially coming into companies that had not developed plans for big projects and then rescuing them. And I really think, I would like to suggest to the board that we take a step back and that we put together a much more robust business case around this. Because I think that what we really need to identify first and foremost, so the goal is not how can we spend $453,000 in E-rate money. The goal should be there is some very, very specific problem that we're trying to solve and that we've quantified it, right? And so we really know, okay, this is truly the issue. And then we lay out and we look at what are the potential options to address. There's, you know, potentially more than one. What are the potential costs? What are the resources that are required? What's the timeline? What's the plan? And what are going to be the funding sources? And my sense is that in this situation, although we potentially have some issues, but I don't see that we need to solve this problem right away, particularly without a plan. And so what I would suggest is if we feel that we need to take advantage of this $453,000, that maybe you scope it differently and you carve out a chunk to say, okay, this is what we're going to do for this $453,000. But for the larger part, I think that we have to have a much better plan and very clear, not only a problem statement, what's going wrong, but also metrics that say, how do we know whether it's a success or not? Right. So, and how do we know that, you know, we were experiencing X, and now after putting this in place, now we got X plus 10% or 30% or whatever. But other than that, I mean, because my viewpoint is that the general fund that money is very dear, and that's something that can potentially be used for other areas, and particularly as we heard from the prior speakers from NTA. But you know, we could potentially give a one-time off-schedule, you know, essentially payment to teachers to improve retention, et cetera. You know, that might be a better use of general funds versus this project. I think we need to make an evaluation, and I think as the former speaker had indicated as well, you know, maybe if we slow it down a little bit, that maybe if we agree that this is the right project and we agree with the outcomes, maybe we use bond money for it. But I just think that it's hasty to try to make a decision for $2.4 million today without kind of more detail.
I have a question. What would happen if we bought the power supplies for that, you were talking about, that would be under that 453? Would it work to buy those now and then move forward with the rest later? How would that work if we were to divide it up, basically?
That's kind of what I was thinking too. They would be two completely separate standalone projects, so it would be perfectly acceptable to do one and not the other. It would definitely be easier to do the UPSs because so many have died already. It would be a simple replacement versus the switches, which would be, Member Hill is correct, it would be a much more involved project. So yeah, I'm along with that thinking too.
Yeah, my thought is that the UPSs, sure, they're toward the end of their life, but we're talking about a few months before we know what we can fund with Measure O. And so I would prefer not to jump on the UPSs right away, especially since we have two different items. One is 4 times as much cost as the other. And so instead of 900, I forgot what the numbers were, but it's 900, yeah. So I would rather wait on the UPSs and have you carve out something for the 453,000 or thereabouts, and then not come up with a plan that will spend any general fund money, but rather what we can do with Measure O. And if we have to spend general fund money, really be able to justify why we have to do that.
Generally, can I ask you a question? Maybe let me just get some clarification. So there's 3 different sections here, right? You got a summary for the ACOE, MOU, AT&T, right? That's one piece. The second piece that you've got is the summary of the switches for the mini bids, and then you got the uninterrupted power supply battery backup. We have to do the ACOE, MOU, AT&T, right? So that's really our internet. That's our channel for everybody, right?
Correct.
Like we need that. So that 3-year agreement at 490,000, does that cover what we need to do with our current E-rate that's being left to be able to spend? Can we do a 3-year agreement off that and spend that $453,000? It's actually 490. We would be spending about $40,000 of our general fund to be able to cover the internet services, and it's really in the 3rd year out, correct?
No, the 453,000 is strictly for category 2.
Got it, okay.
The category 1 that you're talking about already comes from, I believe it already comes from general. It's just part of our operating fees, or operating costs, I should say.
Understood. Okay, because I just want to make sure that everybody understands that the first part of this thing is business that we do normally each and every day, right? So the internet piece is a piece that we have to have. We can't go without it. We've got to have it, right? That's what keeps everything.
But that's the question, though, Superintendent, is, so, I mean, we already have internet, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so what is driving this additional expenditure here?
My understanding is it's a new 3-year agreement that's coming forward. So we're at the end of our 3-year agreement. Am I correct in understanding that?
Yes.
So this is the end of the cycle.
Okay.
In order to be able to do that, we're looking at, we want to be able to upgrade our internet so that we have a little faster speed, if I understand correctly. We're on a slower speed now. And in order to do that, we need some additional equipment to help us be able to make that effective. Am I correct in understanding that? Or no?
I don't want to oversell it by saying we need it, but it's definitely like, the internet will work better and we'll be able to get better throughput if our equipment and our infrastructure is designed to handle it.
But the piece for the summary of switches, it could hold off until we actually have the discussion about our bond.
We could.
Okay.
We could. So you are right, Member Hill, in saying that we want to spend this money because we're going to lose it, and we came up with a project that we need eventually. Our switches are old. They're 7 to 8 years old. Our UPSs are 10 years old, so these are going to have to be changed eventually. Do we have to do it right this second? Maybe not, but we have the funding to do so.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So for that first category, so regarding the internet, so this is essentially an ongoing cost, right?
It is.
Correct.
And so this is an ongoing cost that we would ultimately have to pay in any event.
We budget.
Okay, and so theoretically, it's already kind of budgeted, correct?
It's a little bit of an increase.
Say it again?
It's an increase from what we're currently doing because we're going to have a faster speed.
Okay, and how much of an increase?
$1,000 over the year.
$1,000 total?
Yes.
Okay, so.
That's a no-brainer.
I'm just,
Okay,
Because we're
so-
already at 4 gigs and we're increasing to 5, so it's not much.
So that's something that we're gonna have to spend anyway, just so long as we're not, getting the premium all-you-can-eat with Netflix and, Disney Plus on it, or maybe Disney. But if that's something that we're already paying, okay, that's fine, that should be budgeted. But, and is the total amount there 490,000?
for the 3-year agreement, yes. And then that actually tells you that it's being paid for out of general fund and we've budgeted for it.
Okay, okay, so we could almost pay for that with the 453,000.
No, you can't.
No, you
It's
can't.
not
That's
eligible.
not eligible. Oh, I see.
That was
Okay.
that was my original question, because I wanted to
Okay.
make sure I understood
All
that.
right, so we have to pay for that anyway, so
Right.
that's fine, right? And so then, as the earlier discussions were, going on, because my sense is that, number one, my understanding around that service, you cannot spend bond money in that, right? I mean, that's not really infrastructure.
Category 1, I don't believe so.
I mean, it's
I
not,
wouldn't.
you can't capitalize a service, right? So that's like totally separate from E-rate. So if we have to spend that, if the contract's coming up and we have to spend that, that's fine. And then if we're trying to go to take advantage of the 453,000, if we can use that to pay for some of the UPS, because is the total 350 plus 258?
No.
No, it's one.
Oh,
or the
those are
other.
just two different bids?
Those are 2 different
Okay.
bids, yeah.
So, and if you're saying that that's the most urgent need, and it effectively is free money, I don't see a problem with that, but that we maybe hold off on the switches until we have a much better plan.
I think we're all in alignment on that. Member Adriano.
I agree on that. With the purchasing of the interruptible power supply would be the best thing to do. But we have to make sure that we're looking into the IDFs and also the MDFs and see which ones are really the inventory and see which ones are really just in the verge of just, going out.
Yeah.
So, yes, in other words. But we have to really, because we don't want to go ahead and put the carriage before the horse, right? We want to make sure that we have that, because the infrastructure, the minute that we change and we upgrade to the category, or, 5 gigabits, I mean, not the gigabits, instead of 4, going to 5, we want to make sure that we're set and that we could go ahead and handle that as well. So power supplies would be the most ideal thing to do.
Yes, and we have done an inventory. That's how we were able to prepare our numbers to solicit the bids. And like I said, many of these UPSs are just completely unplugged. So it's the easy win. And structurally, our switches can handle the 5 gigs. I think we were ready to go with that last year, but our equipment at ACOE wasn't ready. We were on a different circuit, which is why we're upgrading to have hardware at both locations to handle that.
We go to slide 13
I don't know the numbers.
that talks about the uninterruptible power supply.
This one? Or-
What I was alluding to about the big difference in price.
This
The
one?
low cost versus the high cost, then you're going with the high cost.
Yeah, well, so what you're looking at, when I presented this to you last week, we hadn't got the formal bids yet. And so these numbers were on the spur contract as literally being the least expensive and the most expensive. And I knew that we were going to get somewhere in between. I didn't know we were going to get at the top, I'll be honest. But based on the specs that we gave them, which was we needed 3,000 watts, 10 minutes of runtime, we needed 120 volt power. What we have in front of us in board docs are the 2 products that met those net standards.
So you're saying that this low-cost option does not meet our standards?
Correct. We were also looking for lithium ion. Some of the least expensive ones were lead acid, and they're more maintenance, they run hotter, so we want to, go with a more efficient product. Yes, it comes at a price, but in the long run, it's a better investment.
And this is a 10-year investment roughly?
It has been.
Okay.
10 years is not ideal, as we know. They died off sooner. They died off around, well, I've only been here a year, but we've been unplugging in the year that I've been here. So.
Must be 9 o'clock.
10 years is ambitious for a battery.
Got it.
Member Hill, is that a look of, I'd like to say something? All right.
So I was thinking that you're looking at me to make a motion.
Oh, no, I was not, but we can. Please do.
I would like to make a motion to approve the internet provider portion of this proposal for $490,000 and the uninterruptible power supplies for somewhere around $350,000, but that we would delay a decision on the switches until we get more information and understand funding sources.
I second that.
All right. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Student Board Member Lee?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Bach has stepped out. Member Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
5 ayes.
May I ask a clarification question to Jenna Lee? So since we had $450,000 roughly to spend, is there something else that we can get that would qualify on that list of something that we need? So I don't want to go off and give up 100. I just don't. We work hard to find $100,000. It's a big deal in this district to find $100,000. So I'm just going to throw it out there.
I vote for better audio-visual capabilities in the boardroom.
Is that a level 2 cost? I think it's a great idea, but I don't know if that meets the level 2 challenge.
It doesn't. It doesn't meet category 2. And also, we are required to solicit the bids with a question and answer period. And
Understand.
all that good stuff, and we're running out of
Got it.
time to do that.
Is there a way to just purchase a small number of the switches with that remaining 100,000? Is that a possibility to spend up to the limit on the switches?
Yeah, we would. The thing about doing that, though, is, I was gonna say, so the switch
biggest
for one
problem.
is like $4,000, but you're still gonna want the software to support it and the licensing, but I like where your head's at.
How about investing into the wiring, the cabling?
Same response that I gave interim superintendent Bakar of we would have to do specs and solicit the mini bid, and it's just, we don't have enough time to do a whole nother process of that.
Understood.
All right. All good questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Thank
Student Board Member Lee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
6 ayes.
6 ayes. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much for the presentation and.
Thank you, Jenna Lee.
All right, we are now on to the audit report, and Mr. Knoop has a comment card.
You have to extend the time.
Oh, yes, I do need to extend the time, thank you. I appreciate that from all sides. I would like to make a motion based on, we got some heavy-duty stuff here left.
You better take it to the max.
I better take it to the max. Make a motion to extend the meeting to midnight.
I'll second.
All right. Meeting extended to midnight with a roll call vote, please.
Student Board Member Lee, how do you
Because
vote?
it's just fun.
Yay.
Member
Yay.
Hill? Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
I can't wait, yes.
6 ayes.
Hey, I'm right behind you, I gotta get up too. All right, so we are on to 9.2, and Mr. Newt, please.
Good evening again. I just want to highlight one item in the audit that is of grave concern. I think it should be of grave concern of everybody, and that's the Proposition 39 requirement of minimum funding in the classroom. That needs to be 55% for a district of our design, and we haven't reached that. And you can say, well, it's only 54 point something, so we all almost made it. No, that's the floor. That's the ultimate minimum. So even if you make 55%, there's no cheering. Now, it doesn't mean that you have to get into the 60 or 70%. Nobody does that. But to be under that, that's a serious problem. That, our legislators wanted to make sure that a certain amount of money was allocated to the classroom. That goes to the students effectively, and that's not happening. My understanding is that the comments of the reasoning behind it comes from the auditor, or is at least the auditor is responsible for that, but don't take my word for it. I'm sure the auditor has something to say about it. And the reasoning is COVID, and I highly question that. Our neighboring districts don't have that problem. They're all way over the 55%. And, we're going to blame it on COVID. What about 9/11 or the Napoleonic Wars? You know what I mean? We can't keep blaming things on COVID forever. That's not going to happen. I think the reason for that is more obvious. If we look at the total salaries and benefits of classified and certificated, and we put that against total expenditures, I think it was already mentioned in this earlier this meeting, you're talking about 80% and up. This district doesn't even get close to that number. I think we're close to the 70%. So that means we actually do not spend enough money on teachers and staff, right? So think about that. So you can say, oh, it's COVID and we're okay, and my understanding is, it gets worse, that the budget actually doesn't reach 55%. If I were on the board, I would ask that, I would get that statement. My understanding is that the budget is not reaching 55%. And the budget is something we design, right? That's not something that happens. So that's a problem. And I think the board should take this serious. The legislator put this in effect. We want to make sure that there's enough classroom funding, and ultimately, we need to invest in our teachers and staff. We can't, build on consultants and temporary employees and experts and what have you. We need to have permanent staff in this organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newt. All right, 9.2.
Thank you. It's my pleasure this evening to introduce our audit report. We have a new auditor this year. Crow was selected amongst many applicants. There was a very robust process, and the firm for auditing, for independent auditing, is Crow LLC. And my pleasure this evening to introduce Jeff, who is here to give you an update on our audit report and the findings that they have found. So I'll turn the floor over to you, sir.
Great, thank you. Good evening, I'm Jeff Jensen. I'm the engagement partner for the audit here for this year, and it's my privilege to be here to bring the audit results for the year ended June 30th, 2024. We did cover this report in pretty significant detail with the audit committee last week, so I'll keep my comments a little more on the higher level, but happy to answer any questions that you might have. If you have the report with you, my comments are going to be centered mainly on page 74, which is towards the back of the audit report. It's a summary of auditor's results and section. And the reason I focus there is that on page 74, it covers each of the different opinions that are part of this audit report, as well as some of the other matters that go into the results of the audit. The first relates to the financial statements. The district received an unmodified opinion for your financial statements for the year ended June 30th, 2024. That's the type of opinion you want to receive on your financial statements. It means your financial statements are free of material misstatement and comply with all the applicable accounting pronouncements that were required to be adopted. Looking at internal controls over financial reporting, we did have a couple of matters to bring that are a part of this report. One that was classified as a significant deficiency related to your cybersecurity policy or the lack thereof during that fiscal year. And then there was also a deficiency related to internal controls over student body financial reporting. The next section of the audit's on federal awards. So because the district receives more than $500,000 in federal expenditures, $750,000 in federal expenditures, the district's required to have a federal audit done. And so for the year ended June 30th, 2024, the district received an unmodified opinion regarding federal compliance. You had no federal compliance findings. This year we were required to look at the National School Lunch Program. And essentially on a triannual basis, we look at the significant federal programs of the district to complete that section of the audit. The district has actually had many years of unqualified or unmodified opinions regarding your financial statements and your federal awards, and so you're classified as a low-risk auditee in the eyes of the federal government. The last section of the audit is on state compliance, and the district did have a qualified opinion regarding state compliance. There were 6 state compliance findings this year that are covered in the subsequent pages here of the report. I would say that all 6 of them, out of all 6 of them, the only one that had a fiscal impact was the one on unduplicated pupil count, and the fiscal impact of that was about $15,000. So the rest of them, while some of them are significant comments, did not actually result in a financial penalty to the district because of your noncompliance. Also, just like to bring to the board's attention that there were no audit adjustments. The numbers that were given to us to audit as part of your unaudited actuals are the same numbers that are coming back tonight without modification by us in order to make them materially correct. So again, I think that's really good news to bring to your attention. So this audit started a long time ago, and obviously you had a significant amount of turnover over the last year here in your business office and other areas of the district. And so that's why this report was extended as far as the due date of when it was required to be submitted to the state. It's been now certified and submitted and done on time within that extended period. And I'd just like to thank Jose and Nancy and especially Jody in the fiscal services, but also folks throughout the district that we talked to be able to complete this audit and be able to share these results with you here tonight.
Great.
You happy to answer any questions?
Member Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. And so I was a part of the early stages of interviewing you and other teams, and so glad you're aboard, and thank you for all your work. So I had just a couple questions. So the first one was just related to cybersecurity, and so it's my reading here that the issue is just that we don't have a clear policy, and we don't have clear documented processes and procedures, but it's not necessarily, you're not providing recommendations around what those are. You're just saying that we need to have a policy and clear processes and procedures, correct?
That's correct. There should be a more formalized process, and essentially there were no cyber attacks that happened during the fiscal year that we became aware of, but certainly you would want to have a more robust policy and procedures that went into essentially guarding that from happening. And I think your current team that you have on board has been well on their way to getting that more formalized.
Okay, great. And then the second question is, and I think that you've been living through some of this, so we've had some issues with being able to fully understand what's been going on with our finances, and some of it is because of change in personnel and maybe lack of documentation. And so we're obviously making significant progress. But the question that I have is, when we ended our last year, which you're now providing a report on, and we had our unaudited actuals, when we looked at revenue and we looked at expenditures, at that point we were believing, and again, I think that we maybe had incomplete information, that we had a deficit of about $600,000. But as I look quickly at your report, it looks like as you look at the totals right now from a thorough, complete audit perspective, that we actually have a surplus of more than $3 million. Is that correct?
I don't have, I guess, those numbers on the ready to be able to affirm that for you.
Okay. Where was it? Yeah, so page 6, total net position, net change 3.26 or 3.20 or 3206377. So is
Right.
that saying that we actually have a surplus of 3 million?
So so 3.8 million would be your net position, or essentially your equity on a full accrual basis. Now, I would caution you on when you're comparing and contrasting that with your unaudited actuals. Your unaudited actuals are looking more from a fund level of accounting, which are the financial statements that start, on page 13 through 15 there.
Well, what I'm driving at, and I don't know all the lingo, right? But I mean, I know the lingo from a standard corporate perspective, but I don't know all the lingo from an education perspective. But as I look at it as an income statement, and we say, okay, we've got revenue over the course of a year, and we've got expenditures, and then what's left over is either a profit or a loss. And so what I'm trying to determine is, when we looked at our unaudited actuals, and let's forget about how that profit or loss gets distributed to different funds, but when we look at that profit or loss, have we lost money in this past year? So did we have a deficit, or did we actually have a surplus?
So again, there's two different bases of accounting that are being presented in this audit report. You're referencing numbers that are on a full accrual basis of accounting, which are the most comparable to, as you had referenced, to the corporate world. So
Right.
all the assets of the district, all the liabilities of the district are being accounted for in one set of financial statements. So on that basis, yes, you have $3.8 million in net position, which is your equity position at the end of the day.
Okay.
I would say you should, but if you're comparing that against, let's say, what's happening in your unaudited actuals, I would look at page 48, which is the budget to actual comparison of the general fund, which shows your original budget, your final budget, and your actuals of what occurred for the year ended June 30th, 2024. And so you can see there, you initially started the year with a planned budget deficit of $3.1 million. Your final budget had a negative deficit of $7.8 million, and you ended the year with a negative $485,000. So essentially, you came in better than planned, but you still were in a deficit position as far as you spent more than you brought in from than you recognized in revenue for the fiscal year.
Okay, and you said page 48?
That's correct.
Can you show, you said 480? I'm not sure I see that.
So in the first,
I see actual
third line
right
from
there,
the bottom.
485, I see it, I see it. Okay, all right, so basically you're saying that, that this is the apples to apples comparison roughly to our unaudited
It
actuals.
certainly would be much closer to apples. I think your other comparison would be much closer to apples and oranges.
Okay, all right, so basically, there's a slight adjustment, because I know that, let me just look at my numbers here, so I had them here. So I know in unaudited actuals, initially we were projecting 591,000 in deficit, right, or a loss, and here we're saying now it's 485. So it went down a little bit, but it's still a negative. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay.
I'd like to thank you for the presentation and for the discussion we had during the audit committee meeting. Even though we had a lot of findings, they're not indicative of any large financial errors. And I think, we can work with the recommendations that you've made and with the actions that staff will take to address them.
Thank you.
Could I make one more comment? And I would just like to also thank you, Mr. Jensen, because I think that one of the reasons why we decided to go out for a search and look at different audit firms is we weren't always getting the level of customer service that that we would like, and in the past, we would have situations where we would have the final audit report presented, and neither the partner nor the staff that was involved in this was actually presenting any of the numbers. And so we would ask questions and they wouldn't be able to answer them. So the fact that you as the chief are here and are, you oversaw and everything and you're here to answer our questions is greatly appreciated.
I also think, given what the speaker mentioned to us, I think as we prepare our budget, we're going to have to look at the 55% teacher ratio to our general fund.
Can I make a comment on that? There are some other considerations to think about that percentage and how you get there. So one of the things I think that makes Newark special, quite frankly, is the fact that we really do have some small school sites that we operate, right, that actually has a nexus with the amount of staff that's certificated that's serving there. If we were running the way how the prediction is, and based on what the formula is kind of in the state, our elementary schools would be running almost double in capacity, and we would have half the number of administrators, which would then change that number, right? So I want you to think about those paradigm shifts, and that we have made a choice to keep neighborhood schools operational and program-wise. I'm okay with that. That's a decision that we're making here locally. We think that's in the best interest of our kids, and we're making that judgment and that decision. With that, we're going to hit a little bit of an awkwardness there with that. We're also declining in enrollment. It's going to be a challenge as we continue to downsize and get those numbers there. I would like to think that they'll be better this coming year. I'm looking forward to the future audit to see if we actually were able to hit a little bit closer to those numbers. I believe in some of the staffing changes that we've made. Hopefully that'll appear there. But I did want to just bring that to your attention that when you're looking at that ratio, you have to think about the entire program and some of the choices that we've made. And one of them is to have small schools that are operational and that we are hosting a principal at each of those schools.
Could I ask another clarifying question?
Sure.
We were kind of kicked around two ratios. One was 55%, and the other one was the 75 to 80%, which is salaries and benefits. My understanding of the 55% is that it's teacher salaries. And
I had to go back. Is that what you were looking at, was teachers' salaries at 55%, or were you looking at, compared to the budget, or were you looking at the staffing ratio? Maybe I misunderstood, and I apologize if I did.
So there are two different compliance areas. So one is the ratio of admin to teacher, which the district was in compliance with.
Yeah.
The other one is a classroom teacher salary, which requires that the current cost of education, that 55% of it be spent on, essentially on teacher salaries.
Understood. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
yeah, so that's what I was.
Okay.
That's why I was asking.
I wanted to make sure that number was
budget.
pretty, okay, understood.
So I'd like to say thank you also. I appreciate the depth of the report and your patience in waiting to present tonight. And I did understand the meeting was very informative to the members that were there last week. So thank you so much. I'm really glad you're on board. And I, too, enjoyed that process of going through that and being able to work with you some last year before becoming president. So thank you.
And if you're heading home, drive safely.
He's got one more
I
presentation.
have one more agenda item here, so I'll step
that's
aside for a second.
Yeah. All right. So we need to take a motion, have a motion and a second to accept the audit report.
I move that we accept the audit report.
I'll second.
Okay. Member Thomas moves, Member Block seconds, and could I ask for a roll call vote, please?
Student Board Member Lee? Member,
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
6 ayes.
Thank you. Motion passes. All right, we are on to the 23-24 audit report, Measure G bond.
With that, I will invite Jeff to come forward again and talk about Measure G and the closeout of this account.
Great, thank you. I'll keep my comments brief, even though you extended the meeting until midnight. I'm sure it wasn't for me to drag on for a long time. This essentially is to, like was just mentioned, to close out the Measure G bond fund. So basically at June 30th, 2024, there was no fund balance remaining and no funds left essentially to be spent out of Measure G. There's two reports. There's the performance audit report and the financial audit report. Both of those are requirements under Proposition 39. And so both of those have been prepared and completed. Both of them have unmodified opinions, so clean opinions regarding the performance audit and clean opinion regarding the Measure G bond fund, which is audited as a standalone fund. And there's no findings to bring to the board's attention. So with that, it's a clean report.
Great, thank you. Anyone have any questions, or are we, all right, looks like we are good to go.
Could you make a motion?
Yep, could I get a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve item 9.3.
Second?
I will second.
All right, thank you. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Student Board Member Lee? How do you
Yes.
vote? Member Hill has stepped out. Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
5 ayes.
So it's 4 ayes. Oh, I'm sorry, 5, you're right.
5.
Sorry, Joy.
No worries.
One absent. 5 ayes, 1.
5 ayes, 1 absent.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We are on to 9.4.
Thank
Home
you, Jeff,
to-
for being here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jenner, for being here. Really appreciate it. Home to school transportation plan.
Thank you. Before you this evening is the home to school transportation plan. It was just us. Okay. With that, we will receive an amount of $184,921.40. Before you is a plan. This is a plan that we bring to you annually for us to be able to receive the funds and for us to be able to spend it to provide those two. This just covers a small portion of what that actual cost is. With that, I would ask for your approval and your action this evening on this item.
Anyone have any questions? All right, may I get a motion to approve the home to school transportation plan?
I'll make a motion to approve the home to school transportation plan.
Great. A second?
A second.
Member Aguiano. All right, Member Block, motions. Member Aguiano seconds. Could I get a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Student Board Member Lee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill, absent. Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
5 ayes, 1 absent.
Hill.
Hill.
All right, on to the 2024 summer school dates.
Thank you. I'll turn this over to Assistant Superintendent Karen Allard to present.
Thank you. The 2024-25 summer school dates are being shared with you for your review and later in the agenda to approve with the signed MOU from NTA. We plan to offer a comprehensive summer school program, offering summer school programs at the elementary, middle, and high school levels for our general education and special education students who qualify based on their IEP goals. It should be noted that we are implementing a new high school credit recovery program with an intensive 10-day program where students can complete a first and second semester course within the 10-day period, giving students and staff a 7-week summer vacation instead of a program ending in July. This model is replicated from a district in Southern California that has been well received by teachers and parents. We will quickly move forward with posting positions and working with sites and district level departments for a wraparound approach to help students have a great summer school or credit recovery experience.
I'd like to ask one question. The high school credit recovery, this intense program, was that discussed with staff, the idea of that?
Yes, it was discussed with Mr. Murphy, counselors, and Mr. Murphy also ran it by teachers at the site.
Great, thank you so much. Any questions? Member Block?
Do you anticipate having students doing the morning and evening sessions? And if so, like, are there any concerns about like how effective students will be if they're kind of working from 7:30 to 6:30?
Yeah, I've asked for data from the counselors so that we can take a look at how many students that might actually fall into that category.
For school districts that are doing this model, it's actually been well received, and I think one of the staff survey things that we heard is that staff actually gets a summer, and so they're excited about that. Students also get a summer, and parents seem to be pretty happy with it too, from that standpoint. For those that have to make up recovery, they got to get to it, and I think we had that robust discussion earlier this evening. This is their time, this is their chance. It's a second level chance, and yeah, it's an intense session, but everybody gets the summer back again, which I think also is one of the things that we're looking at. We'll see if this model works. We'll come back with more data and take a look at it for the future. But I think it's something that is different and just a model we're going to give it a try.
You will notice too for the high school that based on their feedback, we broke, instead of going 10 days straight, 2 5-day weeks, we broke it up so they'll have 2 days, they'll have 5 days, and then they'll have 3 days.
All right, could I get a motion to approve this? Summer school dates.
I'll move to approve.
A second, please.
I'll second.
Vote, please.
Student Board Member Lee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
6 ayes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Approval of new June and December Board of Education meeting dates due to conflicts of timing while we are using the City Hall chamber.
Yes, staff is recommending, after working with city staff, that we shift our dates to what would be Wednesday, June 11th, 2025, Wednesday, June 25th, 2025, and Wednesday, December 10th, 2025, in order to make sure that we meet our deadlines for our budget and LCAP adoption and hearing dates, as well as our organization meeting for December.
All right. Joy.
Do you know what day my term here ends?
June 30th. So the only ones that you're affected by are the June dates, those Wednesdays.
Okay, and then after that, the next student board member will come.
Yes, but we would like to talk with you about a transition plan too.
Will we meet separately about that?
Yeah, we won't do that here.
Okay.
All right. May I have a motion to approve the Wednesday board meeting nights in June and December?
I'll motion to approve the new June and December board meeting dates.
And a second, please.
I'll second.
All right. Member Lee motions, Member Block seconds. May I have a vote?
Sure. Student Board Member Lee?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
6 ayes.
All right, motion carries. Okay, we are now at 10.2, which is the personnel report. It is the only item
Sorry.
left.
Did you pull 10.6 too?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, you did, okay.
We most certainly did.
Yeah. So the only one left on personnel items, personnel agenda items, is the personnel report. Any questions, or would someone like to pull? All right, may I have a motion for the personnel report, please? 10.2.
I have a question.
Okay.
Okay. My question was, with all the certificated substitutes, these are for like the next year? Or like, could I just? Yeah.
Still learning the mic here.
Yeah.
Those are actually for now. We've got them going through the process, and they're with us now for substitutes.
Are we going to be trying to get new teachers or like actual teachers? Or these are just
So the
substitutes for the
certificated substitutes are for the substitute openings so that we can fill,
Oh, okay,
right?
yeah.
And then we are constantly, right, always looking for our staff for the following year. But after we get through our layoffs and all of that good stuff, then we'll be able to have a better idea of where we are. But yes, we have subs.
Okay, thank you. I was just I was just a little confused.
And Joy, you may have missed the discussion that came up in a
Yeah.
prior board meeting, but there were some concerns that perhaps we were not being proactive in going out for additional subs. And so we actually kind of went back to look at that pipeline, figure out what we needed to do, and this is actually a reaction to it. And we actually have a number of subs that actually retired that would like to come back and come sub for us, and their time is ready to come back and do that. So the timing was perfect for us to be able to match with that as well.
Thank you.
All right. May I ask for a motion for the personnel report, please?
A motion to approve agenda item 10.2, personal report.
A second, please?
I'll second.
And may we have a vote, please?
Student board member does not vote on personnel. Okay, okay. Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
5 ayes.
Motion approved. Thank you. All right. Moving down to 11, consent agenda for non-personnel items. Would anyone like to pull an item from this? Yes.
So I have a suggestion if the board agrees, and that is for so 11.3, 11.4, and 11.5. So what the policies state is that this is a first reading. Given that these are really, in my mind, critical in terms of academic outcomes, I'm wondering if we could pull these or table these and maybe have a separate discussion in a future meeting where we talk about here's what we're wanting to do. How does the board feel about that?
I like that idea, put them on new business.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So if we can pull those 11.3, 11.4, 11.5, and then I did have a question about 11.7. I mean, you can just tell me right now, or we can pull it and we can have a quick discussion. I just wanted to know, is this, we're not having people take a day off to go to prom, right? This is just paying for the transportation, and the chaperones, right? But
That's
we're not
correct.
like, we're not taking a whole day off.
That's correct.
If you want to go to prom, you have to go to school.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, that is a requirement.
All
The
right, then
question-
no need to pull that then.
A little bit different, though, for another trip coming up in the future that we'll talk to you about.
Okay, okay.
All right. We have one speaker on 11.1, so we will have that speaker first, Mr. New. Oh, all right.
May I speak, though, on this item?
You sure
If I
can.
could, for 11.1. I know Mr. Noop's not here. This is one, I think, that we looked at the model of bringing back a study session. We recognize that this is not going to be a good model for us to only hold a study session at the second meeting. And so we're recommending that we go back. There may be study sessions that might be added, and if so, that would be done a little bit earlier. I talked with board president and vice president and several of you also on this subject matter. It wasn't working. And so, we said we would go back and evaluate it. I'm going to go back and just say that we just need to go back to how we were doing it, and if we need to have a special study session, that we offer that at 5:30, just as we did this evening. And then that maybe we place the closed session at the end of the meeting instead of at the beginning, so that it doesn't create that time block.
Say that last part again?
That we would put the closed session at the
Like
end.
we are tonight.
Oh, I don't like that.
Well, it's a little hard when you're doing the study session and then trying to get into an open session, because otherwise you're going from, for time constraints, if we're going to do it on a Wednesday, or if we're doing it on a on a Tuesday night meeting, it's hard for all of you to get here because of your work schedules, and I understand that. So with consideration of that, if we do have a hot topic that we believe means a more robust discussion, which we've all talked about wanting to have, my recommendation is that we then put closed session at the end. Unless there's a student expulsion, obviously we'd have to do something for that.
Okay. But so that'll be only when we're doing study sessions that
Correct.
require significant time.
Right, only because it really breaks it up. The continuity of how our meeting practices would work would be a little strange for the community. We're already making a lot of adjustments with making the move to City Hall.
Okay.
I'd like to add that it was mentioned by one of the speakers that, you know, we should probably make sure that we don't cut into the regular board meeting time by 45 minutes if we can help it.
So if I could just speak to that too for just a moment. So staff did plan its time, like we knew how long our presentation was going to be. We did have a number of speakers, which obviously added to that. In most of our study sessions, we tend not to have a lot of speakers. So trying to gauge that might be a little bit difficult, but I will tell you, we were trying to make sure that we were impactful when we were doing, and we knew it was a robust topic.
So I want to just add to that a little bbit further. On our comment cards, it's getting late. We do have the, 1 to 10 speakers is 3 minutes, 11 to 15 is 2 minutes, 16 to 20 is a minute and a half, 21 speakers and more is a minute. We actually had 22 speakers total today. So if we were to follow that, we would be going down to allowing people to speak for 1 minute. So, that would definitely help with keeping to our time, but it also means that people get 60 seconds instead of 180 to make their comments. So that's maybe a discussion we need to have, and I did plan on bringing that up as a potential discussion item. How, are we going to really follow this? Because we are not going to be able to go past 11 o'clock when we move. So I think, it's coming to that point where we may have to.
This is just like an idea I had about like, what if we set like this certain amount, when we have a certain amount of speaker notes, then we would have to reduce it to like this amount of.
Well, that's exactly what would happen is that based on the number of speakers, I would then say, or the president would then say, we're going to move to 1 minute for people during public comment. Or maybe we say a minute and a half, we cut it in half. But that's part of why we went so long from our study session into the meeting tonight.
Yeah. I think as long as we communicate to the community well, like there should be no problems.
I didn't understand what you said, what?
As long as we communicate to the community clearly and well, because we want to make sure there's good communication.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, so let's take we are going to table 11.3, 11.4, and 11.5. So I'm asking for a motion for 11.1 through 11.1 and 11.2, 11.6 through 11.11, please. Do I get a motion for that?
Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve 11.1, 11.2, and 11.6 through 11.11, while tabling 11.3 through 11.5. Did I get that right?
You got it right, thank you. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, great. And a vote, please.
Student Board Member Lee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill? Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
6 ayes.
All right. We are going to take a recess for a few minutes so everybody can have a chance to get up and stretch their legs. Let's try to break. Are you thinking 5, 10, 5?
Or actually here, just before we go to closed session, are you sure you don't want to just go to closed session?
Oh.
Yeah, we're almost there.
Well, do we want to
Let's take a stretch.
5 minutes. 5-minute stretch.
Oh. We can throw out our garbage.
All right, Ms. Puente,
You can see me for the
good
first
to go?
time.
Yes. Okay. All right, so we are now to the point of Board of Education Committee reports, announcements, requests, debriefs, and discussion. Does anyone, we'll start with Member Hill.
So I'll make it quick. So the first, I have two requests. So the first request, and we talked a little bit about it with the closed session. So if we do end up having a situation where we have a study session, could we consider maybe doing an abbreviated closed session of like 30 minutes or something? And then that would encourage board members to be succinct and not verbose. And potentially just like get that out of the way, push it rather than pushing it all the way to the end. So just, something, to think about. We don't have to, obviously this is just a request. So that's request number one. But then request number two is related to one of the speakers that came up, Ms. Kawabata, and she also had emailed me too. And I would agree that, and I think that this is a theme that came up with some other speakers too, that really focusing in on math and STEM, all subjects are important, but I just think it's really important. And even if we don't have the enrollment quite yet, I don't think that we should cancel a class like Calculus BC because it's so important.
Just so you know, I know that there are alternatives that we're looking at. I didn't know that that was going to be a question that was going to come up here this evening, but I do know that we are reviewing that and coming up with some other recommendations as to how we can do that.
Okay.
We don't think it should, we believe it should be offered. We're looking at what those offerings look like and coming up with a way to do that.
Yes, and ideally, we might have to maybe initially outsource some of it, but ideally, I would say even if we can't quite get the attendance, because we're in a catch-22 where we have a number of people in our community that aren't enrolling their kids because they don't feel that our program is strong enough, and particularly in like math and science. And so we want to make sure that we start developing that reputation. And I think even if we have to, make some budget sacrifices to do that, I just think it's important.
Agreed.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
So glad to hear you say that.
Yeah, I too believe it is important. And it sounded like her son was taking 2 math classes this year. And so does he already have 4, or so would he be looking for?
It doesn't matter if he's got 4 or not. He wanted additional math opportunity.
Yeah, no, which I think is really important.
And there are some other ways that we can do that, and I want to share some of the other practices that happen throughout the state as well. There's ways we can do this.
They were asking specifically for Calculus BC, and I know that for the families that really want their kids to excel in that area, that's like a critical course. So.
In the past, because I analyze the master schedule, we have combined Calculus BC with Calculus AB. I don't know if it's not ideal, but it's a potential.
It's not ideal. I think there's some other things too that we can look at. There's some other practices that are done with some others, like Summer Institute with the universities, to be able to do something, even starting as low as the middle school, to be able to work on more robust math practices. And I'm kind of excited about wanting to be able to share some of those future opportunities for our kids and for our families, because I think it's exactly where we need to be, and I know we need to be working on it. It's a lifetime skill.
Yeah, agreed. All right, Member Aguiano, do you have anything for tonight?
No, just thanking the individuals that came out tonight. It's really positive outcome, especially the students. It helped a lot with the programs. Really important. So just to make decisions and also just to sit back a bit and really analyze this. So really appreciate it.
Okay. Member Block.
I think just to build on that, I think the discussion about programs today was just really making me reflect on the importance of having specific and additional interventions to support our most marginalized students, especially as they begin the high school process. I think it's all well and good to advocate for teachers across the board doing a better job of intervening within their own classrooms. And of course, that's something that we're always shooting for, to encourage and help support our teachers in being equitable and supportive within their classrooms. But I mean, equity means then providing additional resources for our most vulnerable students above and beyond that. And so whether that's in the form of Project Connect or other programs that fulfill a similar role, I really do think we need to make sure that we are creating very clear and welcoming programs that have those extra check-ins for students that are starting high school academically behind and maybe feeling less of a sense of belonging in the school environment, so that we can ensure that students continue to get the support like they've been getting through Project Connect. I mean, the testimonials we heard really demonstrated the impact that those additional check-ins, those smaller class sizes, that additional support can create. And so I just really would like us to revisit that conversation as soon as possible in a really concrete way, so that going into the next school year, we can say to students and to families what exactly the plan is to support students who enter ninth grade academically behind, but ready to get caught up and start high school strong.
It's a long evening and it's going to be longer, so I don't have any requests. The only comment I'd like to make is about Calculus BC and the need for us to provide opportunities like that for our students and other AP classes too that they can't get elsewhere.
The thing about listening to the programs and the need for that, it really made me think about what we're doing in 8th grade. Like, how are we helping the middle school kids and making connections there so that when they do get to the high school, it's not an unfamiliar concept. Because in listening to what was being said, that was what I wrote down on my notes. What we need to do more in 7th and 8th so that there aren't so many coming in that need that extra support. I mean, I want to give them whatever support they need, but do we need to start earlier is basically the gist of what I wanted to say. All right. Ms. Vicar.
Thank you. Just a couple of things for this evening. First of all, I just want to thank staff for their work and the presentations. When possible, we are going to give you a recommendation as to what we think. I think we need to do that as staff. Again, it's something for us to digest. It's a place to start having a conversation. And I'm not afraid for a change or something that comes out of it from our board and from our community. There's always oftentimes a better idea that comes forward with that. And I think it's good to hear that information. So when possible, I am going to give you a recommendation when we do something when I think that's appropriate. So I am going to continue with that. Also, we're moving to City Hall. So our next board meeting will be on April 1st. It is not a April Fool's Day joke. We will definitely be moving, and we will be working on that. And so I'm excited about that. I want to thank the city for their kindness and for their support as we transition over. I want to thank staff and our IT team for helping us with those transitions. We will be doing a trial run to see how that works and making sure that everything's a good go, because the setup's a little bit different. And so it's always nice, especially when you're working with some new technology, and hopefully technology that really hopefully will help support our community to be able to hear what we do here in our boardroom in a more effective way. So I'm looking forward to that opportunity. And with that, I know, the last thing is we are taking a team to Cave next week. We're excited about that. We're taking a number of principals, teachers, to really sit there and study what we can do to really help for intervention in particular, and to be able to help support our students that have bilingual needs here in our community. So I'm really excited about that opportunity, and we're also going to make one little extra stop while we're there, since we're all flying in on that day. We're going to be stopping, and we're going to be looking at the career technical education programs at Montana Unified School District, and I look forward to kind of sharing that, and also looking at some of the counseling things that they do as to how they block that and how they've been able to achieve some things on the dashboard as they transition and doing some things with CTE type programs, and how they take some of the core academics and also shift it in being A through G, robust, and also to add the CTE component to it. So some new things to look at as we start to explore how we can help and support our students. This falls right in the line of what we do with ROP, and so I'm excited about that.
I I just forgot to add that I won't be at the next meeting. I'll be thinking about you as I sail down the Danube.
Lucky. All right.
Closed session.
We'll be thinking about you too while we're.
Yeah. You know, when you miss a meeting, you always get assigned extra things.
We'll come up with something. All right, so we're getting ready to move to closed session. We did not receive any comments for closed session, so, but I would like to read out on what we are going to be discussing. For 14.3, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal, Release, Complaint, Government Code 54957. 14.4, Conference with Legal Counsel regarding anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9. There's 5 cases. And 14.5, Conference with Labor Negotiators, Government Code 54957.6, Subdivision A, Employee Organizations, CSEA, and NTA. And with that, we are recessing to closed session. session, we had one item, resolution number 2024.25.32. The motion was made by Block. It was seconded by Anguiano, and there were 5 ayes: Jones, Thomas, Hill, Block, and Anguiano. And it is on a resolution releasing substitute and/or temporary employees. That's it. Okay, thank you, and I adjourn the meeting at 11:32.